May I have a motion to reconvene meeting number 43? So moved. Clerk, please call the roll.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, de Alcauer, Dorans, Favor Green, Remy White, President Harden.
May I have a motion to adjourn regular meeting number 43? Clerk, please call the roll.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, de Alcauer, Dorans, Favor Green, Remy White, President Harden.
All right. Regular meeting number 45 will now come to order. May we now please have the playing of the national anthem. Councilmember Day Alcauer, would you please lead us in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. This afternoon, Council is grateful to have my friend, Apostle Brian Williams, Senior Pastor at Hope City Church, to pray with us. Pastor, welcome back to Council.
Shall we pray? Our Heavenly Father, we come before you this evening to acknowledge the necessity of your guidance, not only for those who are gathered here this evening, but for this entire city. We thank you for the progress that we've made in this wonderful city of Columbus, but tonight we seek you for the wisdom necessary to continue the momentum of building a city which is filled with peace, righteousness, and your love. So tonight we ask you for wisdom, acknowledging that apart from your wisdom, we can do nothing. So we ask your blessing on this time. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor. Clerk, please call the roll.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, de Alcauer, Dorans, Favor Green, Remy White, President Harden. Any person who takes any actions to obstruct or interfere with the conduct of tonight's meeting may be charged with disturbing a lawful meeting pursuant to Columbus City Code 2317.12. Any person who enters those areas of City Council chambers reserved for city officials or invited guests may be charged with criminal trespass pursuant to Columbus City Code 2311.21.
Can I get a motion to dispense with the reading of the journal? Clerk, please call the roll.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, de Alcauer, Dorans, Favor Green, Remy White, President Harden.
Are there any additions or corrections to the journal? Hearing none, the journal is approved. This week's communications received by the city clerk's office are listed on the agenda and will be published in the city bulletin. Are there any other communications to be read into the record?
Not at this time.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll go around the dais for updates, and then we will have an update from the technology department after council members go. Councilmember Bangston.
Thank you, President Harden, and excited to be back. Just want to announce that September is Sickle Cell Awareness Month, and so we are excited and challenging all of our employees as well as residents to go out and donate and give blood. So there are many blood drives that will be happening across the city in the month of September. So I encourage folks to check out our social media channels to make sure that you do your part in providing and donating life to that can save someone's life. Also, for Sickle Cell Awareness Month, we will be, again, lighting City Hall red on September 16th. So inviting all of the public out to come and celebrate with us as, again, we honor some sickle cell warriors and also some health champions in the community that have fought tirelessly for sickle cell and other hidden diseases. So that'll be September 16th, immediately following our City Council meeting at approximately 7 p.m. Thank you, Council President. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Barosa de Padilla.
Thanks, Council President. First of all, welcome back, everyone. Congratulations on the 40th anniversary of Gallery Hop to the Short North Art District. This weekend's Hops on High was one of our sponsored Open Street 614 partner events. Open Street 614 reimagines our roadways as a place for people to gather. It aims to promote healthy lifestyles, foster community connections, and prioritize people over cars. So everyone save the date for our next Open Street 614 event on October 12th here in downtown with the High Spirits Fest. Stay tuned to our social media channels for updates. Secondly, it's the most wonderful time of the year. Happy early Latino Heritage Month. This evening, after our council meeting, we're very excited to illuminate City Hall and honor some very special community members. So I hope, folks, if you're here in person, that you will stay and join us this evening. And if you're at home, you can watch later tonight. The month officially kicks off this Saturday, September 14th, with the Latino Heritage Month Parade at 11 a.m. It begins at Civic Center Drive and East Rich Street and a run down High Street. We're excited to have over 60 organizations that will be marching in the parade alongside of us. The parade will culminate here at City Hall on the Broad Street side that is renamed for the month Nuestra Placita, where we will have food trucks, vendors, live music, and dance performances. At the end of Latino Heritage Month, we'll celebrate with a Latino Arts Festival at Blackfort. If you would like to become a vendor, please submit an application by September 15th. And if you would like to showcase your art, please submit an application by September 22nd. For information on all things Latino Heritage Month, please visit and follow our Instagram page, Latino Heritage CBUS, or the Columbus City Council page, or my page, Lord Ask for Columbus. And with that, that's all for me this evening. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember. Councilmember De Alcar.
Thank you, Council President. I have a couple of items. I'd like to thank everyone who applied for our Getting Grant Ready Academy in August. We received over 110 applicants from nonprofits across the city in just a few short weeks. We're currently in the process of reviewing the applications, and our partners at Libby V and Associates were starting to conduct interviews with our narrowed list of finalists, and we will be announcing our cohort of 15 to 20 nonprofit organizations at the end of this month. And I'm just super excited to get this programming up and running so we can help build capacity for our small nonprofits in the human service sector and youth programming sectors. And secondly, I'd like to announce that Playbook Columbus, our program through Rec and Park to survey residents about what they would like to see in our Rec and Parks, has been extended through the end of this month. So, all my colleagues, you got your little binder here. This is the CRPD is doing their master plan that's going to look into the next 10 years of what we hope to do in recreation and parks. But in order to do a master plan, we need feedback from the community. And so I encourage everyone throughout the city of Columbus, particularly those of you in the outer belt who don't often weigh in on rec and park issues, please go to playbookcolumbus.com and fill out the survey. At the very end, there's even a block where you can add some comments. And so quality comments we really appreciate. So please, everyone out there in Columbus, go to playbookcolumbus.com and enter in the information to help us with our master plan. And that's all for me.
Thank you, Councilmember. President Pro Tem.
Nothing from me.
Councilmember Faber. Councilmember Green.
Yes, thank you so much. I just have two resolutions today that I would like to present. The first one is Resolution 0224X-2024 to designate September as National Suicide Prevention Month. And as I introduce this resolution, I'd like to invite Erica Clark-Jones, CEO of the Adam Board of Franklin County, as well as Dr. Howard Washington, pastor at the Second Baptist Church of Columbus, to the podium, and then anyone else who wants to join them as well. I know we have quite a contingency here. So, as some of you might know, September is National Suicide Prevention Month. We use this month to shift public perceptions and spread hope and share vital information to people that are affected by suicide, as well as to ensure that everyone has the resources that they need to discuss suicide prevention or to seek help. Erica and Dr. Washington are joined by representatives from the Franklin County Suicide Prevention Coalition and Mental Health of America, and they work so closely trying to support people across a continuum here that are in crisis, as well as doing the advocacy, the really important work to help bring this issue to front and center in our policy and in our programs. So at this point, I would like to turn the floor over to you, Erica.
Thank you, Chair Green. Good evening, Council President Hardin, President Pro Tem Dorns, and every member of Columbus City Council. It's good to be with you this evening. My name is Erica Clark-Jones, and I serve as the Chief Executive Officer of the Alcohol, Drug, and Mental Health Board of Franklin County, or your ADAM-H. So our board provides a pathway to health and healing for individuals and families in Franklin County seeking resources for addiction and mental illness and better mental health. ADAM-H funds accessible and affordable prevention, crisis, treatment, housing, family, and recovery services with more than a network of 30 nonprofit providers. I'm joined here at the podium tonight by some of those partners, the Franklin County Suicide Prevention Coalition and Mental Health America of Ohio. I would like to start off by giving our thanks to Councilmember Green for sponsoring tonight's resolution that recognizes September as National Suicide Prevention Month. Suicide Prevention Month provides us with an opportunity to break the silence on what still is a very difficult topic to talk about. It allows us to create safe spaces for open, honest conversations about mental health. In 2022, 168 individuals in Franklin County died by suicide. For every one of those lives lost, many more have experienced suicidal ideation. And when we look into this data further, we are unfortunately seeing some alarming trends here in our community. And it is with our African American community and our youth communities. From 2016 to 2020, the suicide rate among Black non-Hispanic residents increased by 75% in Franklin County. And that's just in that 4-year time span. That does not include the impact of the pandemic. In the same time frame, we also saw the suicide rate of those aged 15 to 24 years old double. Actually, more than double. Suicide doesn't just affect the individual lives lost. It devastates families, friends, and entire communities. ADAM-H, along with our many community partners, are committed to suicide prevention efforts for our young people and our marginalized populations as well. We are proud to support school-based prevention services in all 16 public school districts in Franklin County to address the diverse behavioral health needs of today's students and the challenges that they face today. These programs provide social and emotional learning and protective factors that help youth build resiliency, help them build coping skills, and reduce the likelihood of suicide. Much of that programming is similar to what happens in Columbus Recreation and Parks Department. In addition, ADAM-H is fully invested in the campaign and the promotion of the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline in Franklin County. We know that having a 24/7, easy-to-remember number has already saved so many lives in our community. And finally, we invested in trusted community partners that are working every day to hopefully one day live in a suicide-free world. It would be my honor to turn the podium over to one of these stellar community partners in Pastor Howard Washington, who serves as the chair of the Franklin County Suicide Prevention Coalition's Education Action Team. Pastor?
Thank you, Erica. Good evening, Council President Hardin and council members. It is an honor to be here and stand here today. I am Howard Washington, and I serve as pastor of the Second Baptist Church here in Columbus, as well as the Education Action Team Chair of the Franklin County Mental Health Suicide Prevention Coalition. Tonight, I have with me a few individuals that I'd like to introduce who are part of our coalition. Tanya Fullwider, who is the Mental Health America of Ohio Executive Director, Jessica Fannin, Franklin County Suicide Prevention Coalition Manager, and Lauren Broman, Franklin County Suicide Prevention Coalition Youth Suicide Prevention Manager. Today, we'd like to thank Councilmember Green for sponsoring tonight's resolution recognizing September as Suicide Prevention Month. For me as a pastor, I've had the tough job of talking to parents or family members who has lost a loved one because of a death by suicide. What's even been more difficult, is having the awkward moment where you can't say the word, or you can't talk about it, or in the eulogy, I would never mention it. So that's one of the reasons why I decided to join the Franklin County Suicide Prevention Coalition, so that I could bring to forefront and talk and break the silence of the issue of suicide. And the number one reason I'm here today is because suicide is preventable. Can I say that one more time? Suicide is preventable. Suicide is one of those things where if we join together, the faith community, the mental health community, we can make a difference in ending suicide. The Franklin County Suicide Prevention Coalition's mission is to bridge Central Ohio organizations together to enhance the overall efficacy of collective suicide prevention efforts. It works to increase communication, coordination, and collaboration, the efforts to prevent suicide and to bring hope and support to those affected by suicide. We work to prevent suicide through education, awareness, and partnerships with our community. The target populations are youth, older adults, veterans, the Black and African American community, refugees, immigrants, and the new American community. Our youth services of the Franklin County Suicide Prevention Coalition has recently developed a process to do youth-led suicide prevention coalition, which aims to engage youth in suicide prevention efforts. And finally, the Franklin Suicide Prevention Coalition also focuses on training parents, caregivers, and youth serving adults in the evidence-based suicide prevention training called Question, Persuade, and Refer, which I'm glad to be one of those gateway instructors to help our community end suicide. Thank you for this time, and let's join together to end suicide.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much for being here today. And I also just really want to highlight the work that the Adam Board here in Franklin County is doing. The crisis services, 988, there's no other form of revenue to support that really critical work. You have planted a flag here in this community through the crisis center that, will be open soon, a state-of-the-art facility that will support our neighbors here that are experiencing hardship. And the work that you do around prevention, also no sustainable funding stream for that. And so you've stepped up to the plate every single time to support the people in our community that need it the most when they need it. And so we're just so grateful for you. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Councilmember. I just wanted to say, at a very personal level, 24 years ago this month, my nephew, when he was 16 years old, committed suicide. And as you can see, even 2 decades later, it is something that changes the fabric of a family and every family member that is connected with that death. And certainly 20-some years ago, we did not talk about suicide the way that we do today. And my nephew, by all accounts, was a star basketball player, extremely popular. We know that young men, especially between the ages of 16 to 23, have a higher suicide rate, 4 times more than women. And they're usually more violent, especially when things like an unlocked weapon is kept in the house that they have access to, which is exactly what happened in my family situation. And so this dialogue is incredibly important to our community because, again, when young people take their life, it is always tragic. Or when young people we lose a young life, it is always tragic, but certainly when they take their own life. And the lasting ripple effects of what that means really is something that, again, just causes so much harm and decades worth of trauma in families. And so I just want to thank you. I want to thank you for all of your efforts. I think especially with reaching our young people when they feel like they're in desperate situations, when they feel impulsive as our young people do. It is an important conversation, especially for folks who are proximate to young people, working with young people, understanding and knowing the signs and being able to get them the critical health services that they need is paramount to really us. This is a long-standing epidemic in our community. And the more that we talk about it and remove the stigma, the more that our community can heal and the more help that we can get for the folks who need it the most. So I just want to say thank you. Thank you all for the work that you do every day. I know that it is hard work. It is love work. It is hard work. And it quite literally saves lives. So I want to thank you all for being here today. And thank you, Council Member, for acknowledging this month. And the hope is always that someone will hear this and that today this might be the turning point for someone in our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Seeing no other comments, I move for adoption.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, de Akauer, Dorans, Favor, Green, Remy White, President Harden.
Adopt it.
And last but certainly not least tonight, we have Resolution 0227X-2024 to recognize September 8th through 14th, that is this week, as Direct Support Professionals Week. And while I am introducing this resolution, if we could please invite Dot Yeager, Superintendent and CEO of the Franklin County Board of Developmental Disabilities, as well as Christine Brown, if she's here, yes, Clinical Research Assistant at OSU Niswonger Center, to the podium here. Direct support professionals are absolutely critical and essential in providing supports and connecting people that are living with disabilities to their community and supporting full inclusion and participation in the world around them. They provide a lot of different types of supports, not just meals and caregiving in the home, but assisting with medications, getting people to and from doctor's appointments, making sure that they have ability to get to school or to work, and recreational activities. And so we just really, it is work that often goes unnoticed, I think. And so we are very honored and to be able to recognize this week and welcome you to council. So if you would like to, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for recognizing this. We are thankful for all the work our direct support staff do over these days because they work tirelessly, that it's like 60-hour shifts or more, a lot. And the thing is, we have a feeling that someday it is going to turn into an in-demand career. It has been a focus under the Ohio Means Jobs. I get about 16 hours of staff a week, but they take me grocery shopping, to the doctors, and to other places I need in the community. We also do have one other solution that I think the mental health department should know about. It's called remote support, and that's a way to make the staffing crisis less. And so maybe we could work together to educate on that. But the thing is, we are working hard to see that the direct support professional stays to be an in-demand job, and even we get more people. And during the pandemic, parents of minors were able to be paid providers. That has been able to continue after the pandemic under circumstances.
Thank you, Christine. Thank you all for having us tonight. Councilmember Green did a great summary of the types of services that a direct service professional, DSP, might provide. And Christine pointed out that they often work long hours, evening shifts. They have to respond to complex needs. So this recognition is one small way that we can let them know our gratitude for them as the heart and soul of the work. There are over 6,000 people in Franklin County who would receive these services. So obviously there's thousands of folks doing this work. So thank you for this recognition, and appreciate the time.
Thank you so much for being here, and thank you again for all of the work that you do and for your advocacy. I think it is one of the hardest and most important jobs in the world, to be able to provide that level of support to people at the time that they need it. And so we're just really grateful for you for keeping it front and center in all of our minds. Would anyone like to make any comments or have any questions? Seeing none, I move for adoption.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, de Akauer, Dorans, Favor Green, Remy White, President Harden.
Thank you very much.
That's all from me.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Remy.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome back. Pleased tonight to have the honor of presenting 210X 2024, designating this week, September 8th through 14th, as Public Safety Week 2024 in Columbus, Ohio. I'm going to ask our Public Safety Steering Committee to come to the podium as I speak a little bit about what this week is about and talk about some of the highlights that we can expect this week. This week is Public Safety Week in the city of Columbus. Starting yesterday, it was a beautiful day to be out walking the streets of Linden as we were canvassing with our police and fire cadets, handing out community safety resources such as fire extinguishers, smoke detectors, and others, and having the opportunity to meet our community and our neighbors. We are excited to spend this week promoting public safety and connecting our residents with first responders. So we've created several events that will allow the community to engage, break bread, talk about the state of public safety in our community. And so it's a great honor to have down all of you tonight to talk a little bit more about this. Tomorrow we're going to host our virtual training sessions in a Vision Zero, how to do there's several different topics of conversation. Vision Zero is one of them. How to do a police report, council grant applications, and then the civilian response to active shooting events. So that'll all be done on virtually. Those will be available for rebroadcast or to view again online, that we will make sure those will be published. On Wednesday, we're going to have a community dinner at New Salem Baptist Church, and we'll host a free dinner that revolves in a conversation that revolves around law enforcement. I'm struggling tonight, I'm telling you. I feel like it's the first day back, and I'm like, this is not rolling off my tongue. Anyway, we're going to have the Law Enforcement Action Partnership here to host a community conversation, talk a little bit more about alternative response. Thursday, we're real excited to be hosting a community block party at Linden Recreation Center from 4 to 7. We'll have free food, bounce houses, games, resource fairs, and of course, both police and fire will have a lot of their resources out. And of course, we couldn't have a week-long community event in Linden without having an opportunity to clean up Linden. So we're going to have a Linden litter sweep on Friday afternoon from 4 to 6 in partnership with Keep Columbus Beautiful. On Saturday, we're supporting the Office of Violence Prevention, Director Shack, with their gun buyback program that's going to be at Franklin University at the Phillips Hall parking lot, D at 303 South Grant. And then there will be a Pelotonia Kids bike ride in collaboration with Nationwide Children in St. Stephen's. And that will be, I believe that starts at 11. Is that correct, Brother Troy? All right. So regardless of what I said today, you can go to publicsafetyweek.com to find more information about this week of opportunity to work with our police and fire. I'd just like to take a moment to thank our partners this evening, the Department of Public Safety, Divisions of Police and Fire, Recreation and Parks Department, and the Department of Neighborhoods, Linden Community Center, St. Stephen's, New Salem Church, Community and Caring Development Foundation. We are Linden, Columbus City Schools Ambassadors, North and South Linden Area Commissions, Pelotonia Kids, and Nationwide Children's Hospital. So we're definitely honored to have you each here. If you'd like to introduce who you are and who you represent, that would be very welcome. So if you'd like to step to the podium, Ms. Pegg.
Well, ladies first.
That's right.
So I am Peg Williams, and I proudly serve as an area commissioner for South Linden. I serve in capacity as their secretary, as the special events committee chair, and also your zoning and code enforcement chair. But I'm a proud resident of Linden, and you know I've been before you before. I consider Linden to be the gem community within Columbus.
That's right.
Thank you. Yeah. Good evening, everybody. I'm Daniel Ajayi, the Vice Chair for North Linden Area Commission, and I also chair the Linden Health and Safety Committee. It's nice to be in front of the council tonight, and I'm so excited for the Public Safety Week. Thank you.
President Hardin and to the rest of the members of council, good to see all of you. Councilman Remy, thank you so much for your persistence and leadership on this. I have the distinct opportunity of representing New Salem's 501c3 nonprofit called the Community of Caring Development Foundation. In short, we essentially do whatever the area commissioners ask us to do, which is why I'm here tonight. But as many of you know, our mission is creating a connected community. And so we have an opportunity to continue to build upon that legacy for the past, 2 decades in the Linden area, working with our area commissioners, working with Councilman Remy, and a host of the partners that have already been identified. So looking forward to seeing everybody there. If you happen to be in the neighborhood, as many of you know, on Wednesday, and you just need a free dinner, stop by New Salem. I guarantee you, you will not go away hungry, and it's free. It's an opportunity for you to sit down and get beyond what you see here and sit with people in the community that we often don't have a chance to interact with eye to eye. So you're invited to be there. We'll be along all week. Mr. Carter's here now, my hero. So again, thank you for your leadership on that.
Thanks, Brother Troy.
Nephew?
Ralph, go ahead.
Council, how y'all doing? Ralph Carter, founder CEO We Are Linden. It's just great to be here. I thank y'all. I'm excited about this week. That's why I'm running around right now. Daddy duty and community duty. So appreciate y'all having me and doing this in the Linden community. Walked in on what Brother Troy was saying. We just excited for the week. And, you know, the kids, they just want to get involved and do something. So thank y'all for having me. I don't know if you want me to say anything else because, you know, I could get up here and talk now. But I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much. This resolution just really signifies, and the concept behind this was the opportunity for police and fire to work together to build relationships within the community and the residents, making sure that there's plenty of resources available to help with public safety, no matter what neighborhood we're in. And so, you know, we last year was in Milo Grogan. This year we're proud to do it in Linden, and next year it'll be someplace else. But certainly are excited to have the opportunity to go out, knock doors, meet our residents, and let them know that, you know, there's 1,500 firefighters, over 1,500 firefighters, over 1,800 police officers that are working every day to make sure that the residents of Columbus are safe. And so we truly appreciate that. So with that, I move for adoption.
Second. Clerk, please call the roll.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, de Akauer, Dorans, Faber Green, Remy White, President Harden.
Adopted.
Thank you. That's right. Thank you so much. And thank you. That is all I have this evening.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember White.
Thank you, Council President. First, welcome back, everyone. Just a brief announcement. Last week, we launched the sign-up page for the Act With Us Youth Art Contest. The theme for the contest was Reduce, Reuse, Recycle Columbus. Participants will create a poster encouraging sustainable practices. The winning design will be displayed in council offices, other City of Columbus facilities, in addition to having the opportunity to present their artwork at the Art With Us award ceremony in November. The contest is open to K-12 students who attend school in Columbus, live in Columbus, or participate in a Columbus Rec and Parks Department program. The deadline for the submission is October 7th. So we're calling all young climate champions and artists. So please spread the word and visit columbus.gov/actwithus to learn more. That's it for me. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember. Before we move further with tonight's meeting, Council is going to take a moment to have an open discussion about the cyber attack on the city's system that took place a little over a month and a half ago. We now know that those attacks breached extensive personal information of our residents and city employees, which is now at risk on the dark web. Those cyber crimes have become, unfortunately, common. About 50 cities have faced cyber attacks this year and nearly 100 last year. So I appreciate the Department of Technology and the work that they are doing to digitally secure and to restore our systems and to keep our residents and employees safe. I know that staff are working around the clock and putting in long nights and weekends. But our residents, our employees, victims of crimes, and others who trust our city to safeguard their personal information are right to be worried about the extent of this breach and what it means for their safety and their privacy. Folks have been confused and concerned about what is true and what they are supposed to do now. And trust me, I'm also angry. My family's personal information and my personal information is floating out there, and unfortunately I had to find that out from the media as well. It's terrible. You can feel it in your stomach when you have those fears about your privacy and private information being out there and being exposed. But right now, there is an ongoing federal investigation into this breach. This is involving the FBI and the Department of Homeland Security. That investigation limits how much we can comment on these matters publicly without affecting the integrity of those investigations, and I know that is frustrating. But Council still has a job to do, and that is oversight. Our priority is to ensure that we are taking every necessary step to protect those affected and to prevent incidents like this happening in the future. So as things unfold, we will be asking the Department of Technology to share an update each week at our council meetings. We will also hold a public hearing soon to review the breach comprehensively. That hearing will look at how this breach occurred, what data was taken, the city's actions, and what we can learn from these events, and how we can better secure our systems moving forward. At the moment, the most important thing that our residents can do is to enroll in the Experian monitoring service that the city is making available free of charge to everyone. That policy includes a $1 million protection against fraud and identity theft. I encourage folks to enroll and go to www.columbus.gov/cyber by November 29th. I have done so myself. It took less than 10 minutes. So folks should also change their commonly used passwords and especially guarded about their emails with links in them that include personal information. At this time, I'm going to turn the dais over to my colleague, the chair of the Finance and Governance Committee, which oversees our city technology, Councilmember Bankston. Councilmember, I'm going to turn the floor over to you.
Thank you, President Hardin, and I will reiterate a lot of the sentiments that you just shared. 53 days ago, our city fell victim to a cybersecurity attack in which data sources from city servers were stolen. As I said at the end of July, if it was not for the quick action and leadership from our Department of Technology, the damage could have been much worse. In a world that is becoming increasingly reliant and integrated with technology, these cyber attacks have become more commonplace as groups with nefarious intent poke to find weaknesses in both public and private systems worldwide. That said, like many of you, I have been frustrated, deeply frustrated by the limited amount of information that has been shared regarding this attack so far. Before being a council member, before being an elected official, I'm first a resident, a fellow neighbor, and the concerns that residents feel about this cybersecurity incident is warranted and is shared by everyone that sits on this dais. We are all our employees. All of our information is there as well. And everyone that comes to work in this building and all buildings across the city day after day. To set the record straight, we as council are not directly managing or overseeing the investigation, nor do we have that authority or is it in our purview. That responsibility lies with the administration. Our responsibility as a legislative arm of this city is oversight. It is to ask questions and create opportunities to educate both ourselves and the public on how this cybersecurity incident continues to evolve, and more importantly, how we move forward to strengthen our systems and ensure the safety of all residents, employees, and visitors' data. In fact, to date, we have just as much information as the public has on the ongoing investigation and the incident. With that said, though, I do believe that the administration is working in good faith to provide us as much information as they legally can, as quickly as they can. To put it plainly, not simply, because this is not a simple situation. In fact, it is very complex. The ongoing investigation that is being conducted by the FBI, also coupled with the lawsuits that have been filed now over the last few weeks, will continue to limit what can be said publicly about the situation. However, we will do our best as a body to educate the public on what our response has been to date and how residents can best protect themselves as the situation evolves. Moreover, we are equally committed to getting accurate and verifiable information for all residents and those affected. Council is committed to researching best practices and partnering with the administration to implement solutions that will better protect the data of our residents, visitors, and employees, which is why I am announcing, as Council President alluded to, that we will have a public hearing in the coming weeks to go deeper into the information that will be shared today. Additionally, starting tonight, we have asked the Department of Technology to provide an update on the cybersecurity incident at the top of every council meeting for the foreseeable future. I would now first like to pass the floor over to Laura Baker Morris with the City Attorney's Office. That will be followed then by a presentation from our Department of Technology Director, Sam Orth, in that order. Madam
Thank you.
City Attorney, thank you.
Thank you, Chair Bankston and Council President Hardin. The City Attorney's Office has been engaged on the response to the cyber intrusion since being notified of its occurrence. We too have been working nights and weekends to address these issues. At the request of the Director of the Department of Technology, the City Attorney's Office engaged the law firm of Dinsmore and Scholl, who have a national reputation for providing breach counsel services. The City Attorney and members of his staff have supported Dinsmore in responding to public records requests, drafting required data breach notices, and familiarizing outside counsel with the city's internal operations and processes. The City Attorney and his staff have also fielded a number of requests for legal guidance from various departments in responding to the data breach. During the course of the response to the data incident, the city was served with 2 separate lawsuits, each purporting to represent a putative class of individuals who have alleged harm as a result of the threat actors' theft of city data. These lawsuits are currently pending in the Franklin County Court of Common Pleas, and the City Attorney is in the process of securing outside counsel to represent the city in these matters, given the highly specialized nature of the litigation and the sheer volume of anticipated discovery. In sorting out potential exposure, the City Attorney's Office supported the Mayor's decision to offer free credit monitoring for residents and also proactively reached out to Choices and Legal Aid to offer resources to domestic violence and other crime victims. The City Attorney's Office also filed a lawsuit seeking, among other things, injunctive relief in response to the publicized disclosure of confidential information contained within the city's stolen data. That lawsuit is scheduled for a hearing this Thursday. And while I can confirm that representatives of the city have been in communication with the defendant in that suit, the City Attorney's Office considers the content of those communications to be confidential at this time, and I will not be commenting publicly further upon either this or the other 2 open cases. Should any member of council have specific questions that pertain to either the impact to the city's critical infrastructure or to specific questions pertaining to any of the 3 pending lawsuits, it is the position of the City Attorney's Office that such questions could be answered during the course of an executive session. However, that would not be advisable to be indicated or to be discussed in a public hearing at this time. There are no further questions. I'm here to answer any other questions that might arise during any of the presentations.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. And now we'll turn over to Director Sam Moore. Director.
Good evening, President Hardin, President Pro Tem Dorns, Chair Banks, and distinguished members of council. As the mayor indicated, we would provide council and the public with additional updates about this unfortunate cyber attack. I stand before you today on behalf of the Department of Technology and the administration to address the cyber incident we discovered on July 18th. This issue is of great importance, and we fully recognize how deeply it concerns the citizens of Columbus and the various city departments that rely on our technology to function effectively. We share their frustration at the disruption caused by these cyber criminals, and we're committed to resolving the situation and improving our defenses. Tonight, I will provide you with an overview of what has transpired, our current status, and the steps we're taking to recover and safeguard our future. It's important to acknowledge up front that this remains an active investigation, as we've already heard this evening. There are certain details that I cannot share at this time, particularly regarding ongoing forensic analysis and the nature of stolen data that was taken in the attack and exposed on the dark web. However, we are working with our outside experts on detailed cyber incident reports. While it's likely that parts of these reports will contain sensitive, confidential information about the city's infrastructure, we will provide non-protected details from the report to council and the public. Our expectation is that these reports will be finalized in October. To truly grasp the gravity of what we're dealing with, it's important to understand the kind of threat actors we're up against. The individuals and groups responsible for these attacks are not independent hackers working in isolation. Instead, these are large, organized networks, often functioning as highly sophisticated criminal enterprises. These threat actors operate in coordinated cells that span continents, and they work together with the goal of theft, destruction, and destabilization for financial or political gain. Cybercrime has evolved into a global industry. In 2023 alone, the United States experienced 3,205 cyber breaches, a staggering 78% increase from the previous year. These breaches impacted over 353 million people, setting a new and alarming record for our country. Columbus is not alone in facing this challenge, as the U.S. has seen major cyber attacks in 2024, including the breach of Trello in January, which exposed data from 15 million users. In July, hackers stole call and text records from nearly all of AT&T's cellular customers using compromised credentials from Snowflake accounts. Even companies like Advanced Auto Parts and more recently the National Public Data Company have been impacted, with the latter losing 2.9 billion sensitive records, including Social Security numbers. These crimes are often state-sponsored or originating from countries where cybercrime is not only permitted, but it's encouraged. These criminals aren't just motivated by financial gain, they are supported by foreign governments, which makes them formidable adversaries. Their attacks are precise, they're targeted, and they're relentless. These criminals who orchestrate these attacks don't act hastily. They spend months, sometimes even years, studying their targets, probing weaknesses, identifying vulnerabilities, and figuring out the best ways to infiltrate systems. Once inside, they hide their malicious software deep within the network. They might disguise their code as legitimate files, which makes detection extremely difficult. Unless organizations have highly advanced cybersecurity defenses, these intrusions can go unnoticed for long periods of time. This process is methodical. Once the criminals gain a foothold in the system, they expand their presence slowly and covertly. They steal small amounts of data at first, testing the system's defenses and learning its structure. Over time, they increase their activities, stealing valuable information and setting the stage for a larger attack. They often use social engineering tactics like phishing, baiting, and pretexting to trick unsuspecting employees into granting access to sensitive systems. Human error remains one of the most significant vulnerabilities in any cybersecurity framework. Once the criminals are ready to strike, they can either lock up the entire system and demand a ransom or sell the stolen data on the dark web. This is where the financial element of crime comes into play. According to a February 2024 Cisco report, ransomware payments hit an all-time high in 2023, totaling over $1.1 billion, a near doubling of the amount paid the previous year. These numbers underscore the severity and sophistication of today's cyber criminals. On July 18th, we noticed unusual activity in our network, which was later confirmed to be an attempted ransomware attack. Fortunately, we were able to detect this activity and took immediate action. By disconnecting the city's network from the internet, we successfully prevented the attackers from encrypting our data and locking us out of our systems. According to the 2024 State of Ransomware and State and Local Government report by Sophos, only 2% of ransomware attacks on state and local governments are stopped before the encryption of systems and data. This was a good win for us in an otherwise unfortunate situation. It's important to note that at no time did the city ever receive a ransom demand. The city attempted, through its experts, to reach out to Rashida before they posted the stolen data, and we never received a response. Our objective was to understand the scope of the data they had and intended to sell or post. After this attempt, Rashida posted the data for sale in an online auction which commenced on July 31st, 2024, with a second auction on August 7th and the release of data on August 8th. Despite our stopping the ransomware event, that does not mean the attackers did not achieve some of their objectives. Although we managed to stop the system takeover, the criminals were still able to access and steal valuable data. The posting included personally identifiable information, or PII, of visitors to city buildings, crime perpetrators, victims, and witness information from the prosecutor and crime databases, city employee information, and more. The attack involves the confidential information of hundreds of thousands of individuals. The process to validate what data was stolen is complicated and time-consuming and is still ongoing. Because the data analysis was not yet completed, we issued a public notification in August for employees, former employees, and individuals who interacted with the city. While our investigation is ongoing, we expect that more categories of sensitive information will be identified as having been compromised. The threat actor posted a 450-plus page list of what it had stolen, along with its posting of our data to the dark web. While our experts were doing their work to determine the scope of what had been posted by the threat actor, a local individual with considerable computer science expertise publicly shared details regarding some, but not all, of the data we know to have been compromised. Given the ongoing investigation and the sensitive nature of the information, there are limits to what I can share definitively. What we learn changes by the hour, but we're working diligently to identify what has and what has not been exposed to the dark web. As I said above, as soon as we confirmed that personal data had been stolen and posted on the dark web, we took immediate action to offer support to those individuals we identified as likely having been affected. We partnered with Experian to provide 2 years of premium credit monitoring services free of charge to anyone who has been impacted by the breach due to their interactions with the city. This again includes all current and former city employees, Columbus residents, and non-residents whose personal information was shared with the city or the municipal court. Experian's service includes both credit and dark web monitoring for everyone who signs up, along with identity theft restoration services and $1 million in cybersecurity liability insurance. In fact, to our knowledge, Columbus is one of the few cities to offer such comprehensive credit protection services to its residents following a cyber attack. We have also launched an awareness campaign to encourage residents to enroll in these services. This includes a short video explaining how to sign up, available in both English and Spanish, as well as printed materials distributed throughout the city's community centers and social media platforms. I strongly encourage everyone to visit www.columbus.gov/cyber to take advantage of these services before the enrollment period ends on November 29, 2024. We are outraged that this attack occurred, and I know that many of you feel the same. In 2023, the City of Columbus Department of Technology monitored 170 billion cyber events on the internet. We blocked over 200,000 attempted threats, and of the 34 incidents where compromise occurred in 2023, all were detected and contained. But despite our vigilance, we were unable to prevent this attack by Rashida. Columbus, sadly, is not alone in this fight. In a world where cyber criminals continuously refine their tactics, even the best prepared organizations suffer losses. There is no such thing as a perfect defense in cybersecurity. There are always risks, and we must continually evolve to mitigate them. Recovery from a cyber attack is not a quick or simple process. Every attack is unique, and the timeline for recovery varies widely. According to IBM's 2024 Cost of Data Breach report, Only 3% of organizations recover within the first 50 days of a breach. As of today, 70% of the city's systems have been fully restored, 7% are partially restored, and 23% remain offline. We are working around the clock to bring 441 of the city's applications back online, but this must be done carefully and methodically to ensure our security moving forward. In addition to restoring our systems, we are shifting our focus to long-term strategic changes that will bolster our defenses. We must improve our cybersecurity infrastructure, invest in new technology, and provide additional training for our staff. We must work together collaboratively as a city with every elected official and department unified in strengthening our defenses. In closing, I want to reiterate that we're dealing with a growing problem, one that affects cities, businesses, and individuals across the globe. Cybercrime is becoming more frequent and more severe, and Columbus is not immune. However, we were committed to do everything in our power to address the damage to our IT infrastructure, support our residents, and build a stronger, more secure technology infrastructure for the future. I'd like to thank the entire Department of Technology staff for their tireless efforts over the past few weeks. Their dedication and hard work has been instrumental in our recovery efforts, and I'm deeply grateful for their service. And I thank Council for your concern and your support, being mindful of the investigation still being underway. I'm welcome to answer any of your questions.
Thank you, Director. At this time, I'm going to turn the floor over to my colleagues. Are there any questions from any of my colleagues? President Pro Tem.
Thank you. And first of all, Director, I want to thank you for being here tonight. I know you and your staff are working incredibly hard to not only deal with what is going on internally at the city right now, but trying to get information out to the public. And I want to say a sincere thank you to you all as, again, we learn more about this on an everyday basis. That said, I know we're going to have a hearing in several weeks on this, so I think some questions I'm going to leave for that, but a couple of things I want to ask, and I think both the Council President and the Chair hit on this, but I think one of the things that's really important to hit on from that credit monitoring, the Experian service that has been provided out there, I've had folks in the community say, hey, I've got credit monitoring that's for my credit card, why do I need to sign up for another thing? And one of the things I've been trying to talk to them about is the importance of having that insurance and identity restoration if, in fact, something bad would happen. I wonder if you could speak more to those two pieces because, again, I've heard from folks say, hey, something gets out there, I get an alert on my phone already. But I think those are two really important pieces that are included in this right now. And because we don't know how far this has reached folks, I want to just take another minute or two for you to expound a bit more on that.
President Hardin, President Pro Tem Dorns, thank you for the question. It's, given everyone's relies on online commerce on the internet. First of all, before the breach occurred, it's generally a good idea for all of us to have ongoing dark web and credit monitoring, so this is a great opportunity for our citizens. As you point out, when your data is breached, I've personally been breached about 39 times. It's important to first really focus on your online bank accounts in particular and your credit card statements. But we all have credit histories, so there's three main credit reporting bureaus, Equifax, Experian, and TransUnion. They will work with our citizens and our affected individuals to review their credit. When you sign up, they will start monitoring your credit profile. And whether your data is on the dark web. You'll start to receive notifications if that indeed happens to be the case. In the event that your personal information is used to steal your identity, to open a bank account, or to breach or make a credit card transaction, which is often the case, many credit cards are going to have 100% fraud protection, so that's one thing you should probably check is on your credit cards to make sure that you have 100% fraud protection. But in the case that there is financial exposure, that is the purpose of the cyber liability insurance that is provided in the service that we're making available. So the extent that the breach can be verified that you were a victim of a cyber breach and there is financial loss, you are insured personally and individually up to $1 million per person. Sometimes, depending on a person's knowledge or experience in this unfortunate thing that we all have to do, they don't always know what to do. And so, one of the difficult things is getting credit freezes on your 3 credit bureau reports. Experian will also help individuals who want to do that and who want to freeze their accounts across all 3 credit bureaus to do that. And that minimizes the need to contact them all individually. So that assistance is all there if people call and need that types of help.
Thank you, Director. I've also heard from some folks, so obviously city employees receive notice first. The city has lots of information, personal information of its own employees. That said, we collect a lot of information from folks that, again, interact with the city in some way. And again, another thing I've heard from folks in the community say, well, I didn't receive a letter. I didn't get any mail that let me know about this. So, why should this concern me? And I wondered if you could speak towards why some folks have received personal notice of, hey, we want you to do this, versus again, you talked about engaging that public awareness campaign, and why there's a little bit of a difference there between how we've had very specific outreach to some folks and some others we haven't.
So I really can't talk in detail about what happened and how it transpired, but I would say that we became initially aware based on our analysis of the city staff first and then later the general public. And because of the city staff and the former city staff, we had a general idea because their city staff, how many were there were. But as the investigation continued, it grew into a much larger number. We have 10,000 city employees. When it grew, as I mentioned in the testimony, we went to several 100,000 people. And because that work of really mining that data and getting at that data and things like tracking down names and addresses was so large, that's when we chose to do substitute notice, which is really, as I mentioned in the testimony, is an industry best practice. And that's where we shifted to more of a mass communication campaign. We posted things on the website, and we have helper documents and other things that are out in community city centers. So if anyone thinks that they were impacted by the breach, whether they're city staff or non-city staff, they can just go to our homepage, and as the council president mentioned, you can sign up for it in about 10 minutes.
Thank you. So fair to sort of summarize here, we assume based upon, again, having all this information about city staff, we wanted to make sure that service was provided to them first. But at this point, the administration, the department, saying we want to just be as broad as possible to make sure that if in fact someone has interacted with the city, we just want to make sure that resource is available to them, no matter if we exactly know that they're in this pile or not.
Yeah, President Pro Tem, that's a great summary. In essence, it was quicker to do mass notification than to go down the path of individual notification.
Thank you. One last question, and I appreciate it. I'm trying to keep all my questions about sort of this point in time and putting some other stuff to the public hearing we'll have in a couple of weeks, in which hopefully we'll be able to have more of a robust back and forth based upon that report being available. But I wanted to, if you could, you as the Department of Technology, you don't tell, the Department of Public Utilities to collect X data or X information from, a member of the public when they interact with them. And I know I'm not asking you to get into specifics about what is okay to collect or what is not okay to collect, but, just in your professional opinion, an event like this, would this sort of drive a reevaluation sort of across the city of, hey, should we be collecting these things as folks interact with us, given you're talking about these bad actors that are out there that are constantly trying to attack the city on an ongoing basis? Does that sort of, in your professional opinion, would that drive sort of a reevaluation of what we're doing and why as we're collecting things from folks that sometimes don't have a choice whether or not to interact with us, right? If you want to come in City Hall, you have to swipe your license. If you want to have a water bill, you got to give some information to the Department of Public Utilities. And so for some folks, they don't have a choice whether or not to give us some of that information if they want to receive public services. And so I just wanted to give you a moment to sort of talk about that if you can.
President Pro Tem, I certainly understand the question. I would just say, after having been in this business for 42 years, technology really evolves over time and is in a constant state of change. And that means the systems that we've invested in as a city change over time as well. And certainly understanding those systems and what we collected 10 years ago may not be what we need to collect today. I think this is a healthy point of inflection for the city and all of our colleagues across government to really understand what is loosely referred to in the industry as data governance. We really have to understand the types and nature of data that we're collecting, what we're collecting it for, why we're collecting it, and to the extent that it has PII or PHR, there are types of data, how it's protected. That's part of the long-term strategy and the near-term conversations that we all need to have together in order to ensure that data is protected at the levels that it needs to be protected. And to the extent that we have data that we don't need anymore, if that indeed is the case, then we need to look at our retention policies and how we might change those policies going forward. I anticipate, given what we're all collectively learning together, that there's going to be a lot of discussions on things like data governance going forward.
Thank you, Director. Again, I'm sure I'll have more questions and interest when we're able to have that hearing, but I want to thank you for being here tonight. And again, in weeks moving forward, to make sure that we're giving the public as much information as quick as we possibly can as the situation changes. And certainly thanks to you and your staff for all the work to try and remediate this as quickly as possible, because this could have been worse. But, this isn't good, but this certainly, this could have been worse. And that's a testament to folks like you and others who have been wanting to invest in this a long time. I chaired the technology committee once upon a time, and I know this is something that you and I have talked about in years past. So it's certainly not something that had come out of nowhere as far as something that you and the department's been focused on. So I appreciate being here.
Thank you, President Pro Tem.
And one quick question to follow up with that, Director Orth, in that vein of the credit monitoring. Is that also applicable to organizations? So, for instance, those that do business with the city or nonprofit partners, are EIN numbers, are you able to sign up as an organization as well, or just specifically for individuals?
President Hardin, Chair Bankston, credit monitoring is for individuals with Social Security numbers.
Okay.
And so consequently, a business that is a corporation, limited liability company that has a federal EIN number would not be eligible. We are doing separate communication to vendors that are registered in the city. Certainly, there are vendors that are either sole proprietor LLCs or pure sole proprietors where their business number is their Social Security number. And in those instances, those individuals that operate their businesses in that manner would be eligible, and we would encourage them to sign up for it under Experian.
Thank you. I just asked that because I know a lot of our small business and entrepreneurs.
I'd also like to just quickly mention, if I could do a follow-up, minors are also eligible. We have city employees, of course, and others that we've interacted with in the city where families have children. I will tell you personally that when my son was born, it's not uncommon for minors. When minors are born, children are born, you probably remember getting a Social Security card for your child when they were born. And it's not uncommon for a minor's identity to be stolen before they're even of the age to apply for a credit card or a bank account. Mm-hmm. So monitoring a minor's credit, even when they're very small children, is a good thing to do. So if there are families that are concerned about that, they can sign up for their children as a parent or a guardian on Experian as well, and we would encourage them to do that.
And thank you for highlighting that. Councilmember White.
Thank you, Chair. Director, just to reiterate what my colleague said, also thank you for being here providing this update. As a victim of a data breach myself, some of the ones you already listed, I share in the public's frustration and anger around these circumstances. It is moments like this, though, that require us to, or remind us to be vigilant when we are online to ensure that we're protecting our data and ourselves. One question I did want to ask, kind of piggybacking on President Pro Tem's question, we're already hearing from residents who are hesitant to come into city buildings, to interact with the city online. Can you speak to what the city has done to kind of harden our digital infrastructure today, or is that something that's too much in the weeds?
President Hardin, Councilmember Weish, appreciate the question. Certainly can talk about it a little bit at a high level. Really can't tell you exactly, but every system that we have when the threat actor touches things. So we're literally looking at every system one by one, and where we see what's known as indications of compromise, we're rebuilding those systems, right? So we've rebuilt a lot of the city systems. The other thing that we're doing is installing a new type of endpoint technology on the city's 10,000 endpoints that monitors for cyber threat activity on an individual endpoint basis. But it also can block it and block that if there's any seen activity on a particular endpoint, it'll block it from the rest of the city's network. You've all seen that we're also resetting all the passwords as well. And we're doing that not just your normal password, but all the system passwords. So we are individually hardening them one system at a time. And, we certainly understand that is adding to some of the frustration because it's taking some time for us to do that, especially in the case where we're rebuilding systems one by one. So it's really necessary, though, because as I mentioned in the testimony, these threat actors are very adept at hiding out in our environment. And moreover, because the threat actors act in cells and work, the criminal organizations work together, they will find other ways to continue to try and leverage our attack against us, and we don't want to let them back into the environment. So we have to be very diligent in how we approach that. Certainly understand a reluctance on the part of anyone to use our systems. We're doing everything we can to harden them. Myself, as I mentioned before, 39 attacks, and I continue to be a customer of most of those. But it's important, I think, for individuals to remain vigilant. Just signing up for credit monitoring is not enough. You really have to pay attention to it. You really have to monitor it. If you see an incident, and I'll also mention beyond Experian, there's other free credit monitoring services. Oftentimes banks and insurance companies include credit monitoring and dark web monitoring as part of your homeowner's policy as an example. Some of the cell phone carriers offer dark web monitoring. Having more than one service that's monitoring you is not a bad idea, but if you see alerts where your passwords were breached, change your passwords immediately and take action.
Thank you. Appreciate that. But to dumb it down, to make it plain for those who are not in the industry, who aren't paying attention on a regular basis, would you, as the expert in this circumstance, be comfortable, one, coming into City Hall to provide your ID? Would you be comfortable for signing up for anything related to the city online at this point in time?
I would.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Chair. Certainly thank you for you and your team's work. It's beyond frustrating. I mean, obviously, somebody has a kid that was a lifeguard for the city, and certainly all of our family's interactions, and of course our residents is of paramount concern. There's been people that have been ransomwared amongst our staff, for instance. Could you talk a little bit about, I'm no expert. I have no knowledge of, this, but I imagine that since that information is out on the dark web, there's all kinds of actors out there looking at what they can piece together and certainly use that information to go after our employees, for instance. And so I just want to, I noticed even with our employees who should have, significantly more knowledge than some of our residents. However, they don't. They get scared because they're threatened. There's Bitcoin being requested, that sort of thing. Could you just talk a little bit about what the steps are to report that and how to report it to the city? Because, again, that's paramount to the investigation and certainly things to look out for when it comes to that.
Councilmember Harden, President Harden, Councilmember Remy. I think, as I said a moment ago, but I think the most important thing is to stay vigilant. And one of the things we have to remember about these threat actors is they prey on our natural fears and curiosities. And they will disguise their messages in ways that are sometimes hidden, in ways that we think communication is coming from people we know or people that we do business with. And so it's very natural for us to click on those things. But we need, part of learning how to deal with this is learning how the criminals behave, and sometimes resisting our temptation from clicking on things. So if we believe there's any suspicion that it doesn't look right or it doesn't look normal, when in doubt, don't click on it. That's the first most important thing. And so if you have something, you receive a text message, if you receive an email, if you receive a notification, take a screenshot of it. If it's a phone message, and then send that image to your email account and email it to abuse@columbus.gov. If it's an email on a personal system or your city system, email it to abuse@columbus.gov. Our security operations team they're trained professionals. They have safe ways to look at those things in ways that it will not impact the city. They're in protected areas. And we will review those. And to the extent that they are a cyber attack on an individual, we will let that individual know what transpired it also could be related to this event, in which case we forward that to law enforcement and FBI and others. So it is one of the important things that I think you bring up that it's important for us to all to understand is that the threat actor, the Rashida threat actor, isn't the only threat actor in the world. There's tens of thousands of these organizations. And because they all know we were breached, they take this moment to prey on all of us. So it's really important for all of us, all employees and all citizens impacted, for them to be on a high state of alert for, a while, a year, and maybe forever. I personally, as I mentioned, I'm always monitoring my threat monitoring because I've been breached so many times.
Appreciate that answer. I know, just personally, if I see something that looks suspicious and it's from somebody that you may know, I always call them first before, to verify, did you send this? Did you actually, is this something from you? So,
but when in doubt, send it to abuse@columbus.gov.
Thank you very much, Director.
Thank you to all my colleagues, and I know that we'll have a more robust discussion once we get that full report and once we have our public hearing. I want to thank you again, Director, and to all of the men and women of the Department of Technology, and just want to reiterate to the people of Columbus, this is an ongoing investigation, and there are also lawsuits. I know no one wants to hear that. The media doesn't want to hear that. I, as a resident, don't want to hear that. But that is the case that we are dealing with. And I know sometimes in that information vacuum, folks can feel as if this is maybe not a priority. I want to let everyone know that for this council and for the city, this is the top priority for us to make sure that one, we get to the bottom of this. Two, we ensure that we strengthen our systems. And I can say that I probably speak on behalf of all my colleagues to say that this council stands ready to pass whatever ordinances or take any action that is necessary to make the investments necessary to safeguard our data going forward. But three, I want to say we will get through this together because we are all in this together. This is the new world that we live in, unfortunately. If you are doing banking online, if you are on Facebook, and some of y'all know we got more information on Facebook sometimes than we do on other things. I'm just saying, right? But this is the cyber world that we live in today, that our information is out there. And so whether it was from the city of Columbus or some other source, I know that my information was breached by the national public data breach that happened earlier this year, and so many and so forth. So please take advantage of the monitoring. Please be vigilant. Please strengthen those passwords. I know that it's easy for us just to have the same one, but we will get through this together. And I will reiterate this, that our job as council is oversight. And we will continue to work with the administration to make sure that we participate in the investigation, that we do what's necessary moving forward. But we will also make sure that we hold space in forums like this to ensure that we get the most accurate, verifiable information from our Department of Technology, experts, and those that are investigating this going forward. And we look forward to doing this every Monday. So hopefully you all are buckled up because we will be longer meetings on Monday. So I'm just warning you now. Again, thank you, Director, for that, and we will announce the public hearing again once we have a solidified date for that to the public. With that, Council President Harden, that's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are right up against zoning, but I'm going to try to use my presidential prerogative and get us through the agenda very quickly before zoning, if members are up to it. Are there any requests by members of council for the removal or an ordinance or resolution from the consent portion of the agenda? Hearing none, may we now have a motion to waive reading of the titles of 30-day legislation by the clerk? Clerk, please call the roll.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, de Alcala, Dorans, Favor, Green, Remy White, President Harden.
Thank you. Will the clerk now read to the record the ordinance number of 30-day legislation on tonight's agenda?
Finance and Governance Committee ordinances 2285, 2290, 2291, 2295, 2296, 2309, 2339, 2340, 2341, 2342, 2344, 2345, 2348-2024. Public Service and Transportation Committee ordinances 2293, 2298, 2317, 2325-2024. Housing, Homelessness, and Building Committee ordinances 2239, 2385, 2386-2024. Public Safety and Criminal Justice Committee ordinance 2208-2024. Public Utilities and Sustainability Committee ordinances 2091, 2144, 2186, 2318, 2327-2024. Rules and Policy Committee ordinance 2401-2024.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have one speaker on the first reading portion of the agenda. That's Mr. Nate Wilkins. Mr. Wilkins, welcome back to council. Mr. Wilkins speaking on ordinance 2239. Support.
2239, Los Angeles, George Wilkins, 1612 Arlington Avenue. It seems like this home has been sitting in the bank since, I believe, 1997 and 2005. I believe that this probably has been in the land bank for quite some time. I do believe it sits as a vacant and abandonment property. What I would like to see is a affordable structure on that site, probably 3 to 4 bedrooms for a family of 3 to 4 residents to live in that house. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Wilkins. Director, if there any follow-up on that specific parcel, would you please do that with Mr. Wilkins? Thank you, thank you. The following ordinance appear on our agenda as consent action. Will the clerk now read those into the record?
Resolutions of expression 211, X220, X221, X222, X223, 217, and 219, X-2024. Finance and Governance Committee ordinances 2272, 2274, 2278, 2283, 2284, 2308, 2316, 2324, 2335-2024. Economic Development and Small and Minority Business Committee ordinances 2257, 2346, 2383-2024. Public Service and Transportation Committee ordinances 2349, 2355-2024. Neighborhoods, Recreation and Parks Committee ordinance 2337-2024. Workforce, Education, and Labor Committee ordinances 2215, 2271, 2287-2024. Housing, Homelessness, and Building Committee ordinances 2333, 2384-2024. Health, Human Services, and Equity Committee ordinances 2270, 2289, 2301, 2320-2024. Public Safety and Criminal Justice Committee ordinance 2371-2024. Public Utilities and Sustainability Committee ordinances 2023, 2164, 2259, 2260, 2261, 2262, 2263, 2264-2024. Rules and Policy Committee appointments from the Mayor's Office numbered A0161, 164-2024.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have no speakers on the consent portion of the agenda. Seeing if there are no questions or comments from my colleagues, may I have a motion of approval of these items designated as consent? Clerk, please call the roll.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, de Alcauer, Dorans, Favor, Green, Remy White, President Harden.
The consent portion of the agenda is passed with our pass. We will now go to second reading. The first speaking department to come before council or committee to come before council is the Finance Committee, chaired by Councilmember Bangston. Councilmember, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Council President. Tonight, just one ordinance in the Finance and Governance Committee. For second reading, we have Resolution 0214X-2024 to accept the amounts and rates by the Franklin County Budget Commission for the city's tax budget for 2025 and to declare an emergency. As a refresher, the county tax budget is a state-mandated process that we and our city auditor follow to receive our city's portion of local government funds. The resolution accepts the amount and rates determined by the Franklin County Budget Commission. Are there any questions or comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, I move for adoption.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, de Alcauer, Dorans, Favor, Green, Remy White, President Harden.
Adopted.
Thank you, Council President. That's all from me this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The next committee to come before council is the Housing, Homelessness, and Building Committee, chaired by Councilmember Favor. Councilmember, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Council President Harden. Tonight in Housing, Homeless, and Building, we have Ordinance 2358-2024 to amend the 2024 capital improvement budget to authorize the transfer of cash and appropriation within the Affordable Housing Bond Fund, to authorize a funding agreement in an amount up to $4 million with the Central Ohio Community Land Trust to develop affordable housing, to authorize the expenditure of up to $4 million from the Affordable Housing Bond Fund, and to declare an emergency. The Central Ohio Community Land Trust is a successful tool to bring more affordable home ownership opportunities and reutilize land bank lots. In total, the city entered into a $12 million housing development agreement with the Land Trust in 2022, and this will be the final $4 million allocation under this housing development agreement. As of August 2024, the Land Trust has developed and sold 126 affordable home ownership housing units throughout Franklin County, including 100 within the city of Columbus. An additional 47 units are finished and under contract or substantially in construction. The Land Trust has become a key tool in providing affordable home ownership opportunities for minority households. The average household income for Land Trust buyers is approximately $53,000, with 57% of all buyers earning less than 80% of the area median income. This agreement will allow the continued expansion of the Land Trust and continue ongoing projects. Are there any questions or comments by my colleagues? Seeing none, I'd move for passage.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, de Alcauer, Dorans, Favor, Green, Remy White, President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. That's all in my committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Next committee to come before council is the Health, Human Service, and Equity Committee, chaired by Councilmember Green. Councilmember, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Council President. Tonight in our Health, Human Services, and Equity Committee, we have two ordinances on second reading. The first one is Ordinance 2288-2024 to authorize and direct the Board of Health to modify an existing contract with Advantage Imaging for increased radiology X-ray adult services for the Ben Franklin TB Grant Program for the period of January 1st, 2024 through December 31st, 2024, to waive the competitive bidding provisions of the Columbus City Codes, to authorize the expenditure not to exceed $18,000 from the Health Department Grant Fund, and to declare an emergency. Columbus Public Health has a need to increase 340B radiology X-ray services for the Ben Franklin Tuberculosis Grant Program with Advantage Imaging LLC, which are required to treat virtually all patients that are living with a TB disease. Additionally, an increase in TB patients without insurance who are also Medicaid ineligible has contributed to significant increased costs for this very important work. The contract increase amount is based on the previous 6 months of purchase services, which represents the current patient cases being treated. This ordinance is being submitted as an emergency due to an immediate need to continue radiology services with Advantage Imaging LLC. A disruption to those services could be harmful to our current TB patients here in Columbus, according to medical treatment standards, which would significantly increase the risk of TB transmission here in Franklin County. Do any of my colleagues have comments or questions? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, de Alcauer, Dorans, Favor, Green, Remy White, President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you very much. And then our final ordinance tonight is Ordinance 2319-2024 to authorize the Board of Health to enter into a subrecipient agreement with 4 qualified vendors, the AIDS Healthcare Foundation, Equitas Health, Columbus Neighborhood Health Center, Inc., known as Primary One Health, and Lutheran Social Services of Central Ohio for EHE services for the period of August 1st, 2024 through May 31st, 2025, to authorize the Board of Health to modify those contracts if portions of previously appropriated and encumbered funds are unused, and reallocate unused funds amongst the initial vendors without the need for additional legislation for implementing enhanced HIV prevention and surveillance for health departments to end the HIV epidemic in Ohio grant program for the provision of services allowable under the grant. And to authorize the expenditure of $642,683 from the Health Department Grant Fund to pay the cost thereof and to waive the competitive bidding and to declare an emergency. Columbus Public Health has a need to provide various ending the HIV epidemic or EHE services that include but aren't limited to housing services, emergency financial assistance, client transportation, resource navigation, counseling, testing, and referral services. And these services are provided at various subrecipient locations here in Columbus. The contract period here is August 1st, 2024 through May 31st of 2025. And so the goal of this program is to reduce the number of new HIV cases by 90% from 2020 to 2030. And in Franklin County, this will occur by maximizing HIV prevention and care efforts, of which the EHE program is incredibly important. Emergency action is required to ensure the continued operation of the EHE prevention and surveillance for the health department to end the HIV epidemic in Ohio grant program from the Ohio Department of Health and to meet the grant deliverables required by the grantor to avoid forfeiture of future funds. Are there any questions or comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, Day, Cowher, Dorans, Faber Green, Remy White, President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you so much, Council President. That's all for me tonight.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Next committee to come before Council is the Public Safety and Criminal Justice Committee, chaired by Councilmember Remy. Councilmember, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Council President Harden. Tonight I have 2 ordinances in public safety and criminal justice. The first ordinance is 2178-2024 to authorize the Director of the Department of Public Safety to modify and extend its contract with Sound Thinking, Inc., formerly ShotSpotter, Inc., for use of a gunfire detection alert and analysis program in the Phase 2 coverage area, to authorize the expenditure of $210,000 from the general fund for the first year of this 3-year contract, to waive the competitive bidding provisions of the Columbus City Code and to declare an emergency. Ordinance 1644-2022, amended most recently by Ordinance 1244-2024, passed May 20, 2024, established a 3-year agreement with ShotSpotter, a subscription-based service that involves the installation of a gunfire sensor network in areas identified by the city. These sensors connect to a cloud-based data center infrastructure, providing a 24/7, 365 gunfire monitoring service within a 12-square-mile radius of the installed sensor infrastructure. In addition to gunfire detection, the Sound Thinking service will notify law enforcement agencies of gunfire incidents and direct them to the precise location of gunfire. The service also offers the capability to instantly notify officers of shootings in progress and real-time data delivered to dispatch officers, patrol cars, and smartphones. The alerts are intended to improve police response to incidents of gunfire, enhance officer safety, speed aid to victims, assist in investigations and the collection of evidence, and ultimately the apprehension of dangerous offenders. Deputy Director Jaron Godella, could you please speak to the waiver of competitive bidding?
Yes, President Harden, Chair, members of Council. This is actually the second ordinance this year in the Phase 2 program, which is on the south side of the city. Several years ago, we chose ShotSpotter, now called Sound Thinking, as our vendor of choice, given the technology that they had at that time. So this is a continuation of that program. And this would be the first of a 3-year agreement. So I appreciate the Council's consideration of this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director. Are there any questions or comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, de Alcala, Dorans, favor green, Remy White, President Harden.
Passed.
Next, I have ordinance 2392, 2024, to authorize and direct the city attorney to settle the pending lawsuit known as FOP Capital City Lodge Number 9 et al. Versus City of Columbus, United States District Court Case Number 22 CV 4290, to authorize and direct the city attorney to settle related potential claims arising out of the retirement incentive program with Larry Howell and Mike Evans, to authorize a transfer within the general fund, to authorize the expenditure of the sum of $360,000.00 in settlement of the pending lawsuit and the related claims arising out of the ability to participate in the program, and to declare an emergency. I'm going to ask Deputy City Attorney Laura Baker Morrish to provide a background on this settlement.
Thank you, Councilmember Remy. If passed, this ordinance would authorize the City Attorney's Office to settle the lawsuit involving plaintiffs Brian Hupp and Steven Steenberg, and to avoid additional litigation by settling the related claims of Larry Howell and Mike Evans for a total amount of $360,000. All claims arising out of the determination that Hupp, Steenberg, Howell, and Evans were deemed not eligible to participate in the Retirement Incentive Program in accordance with the terms and conditions agreed to by the City of Columbus and the Fraternal Order of Police. On July 15, 2021, the City of Columbus and the FOP executed a memorandum of understanding setting forth the material terms of the RIP program, allowing eligible participants who voluntarily separated their employment with the city to receive a one-time lump sum of $200,000. A member was considered ineligible if they were under administrative investigation other than for minor misconduct, or under criminal investigation at any time from January 31, 2022 through the member's retirement date. On March 28th of 2022, Hump, Steenberg, Howell, and Evans were determined to be under administrative investigation and deemed ineligible. As a result, Hump and Steenberg filed a lawsuit for breach of contract, and while the parties prepared for mediation, the FOP notified the city that Howell and Evans were also planning to file lawsuits for being deemed ineligible for the program. After evaluating the claims and the risks of continued litigation against the City of Columbus, a settlement of all claims totaling an amount of $360,000 was deemed acceptable by the Department of Public Safety. Specifically, the parties agreed to settle all claims filed by Hupp in the amount of $35,000, all claims filed by Steenberg in the amount of $125,000, all potential claims by Evans in the amount of $100,000, and all potential claims by Howell in the amount of $100,000. The settlement will also release the City of Columbus and its employees. For these reasons, I respectfully request the approval of the settlement agreement.
Thank you very much, Deputy City Attorney. Are there any questions or comments from my colleagues this evening? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, de Alcala, Dorans, favor green, Remy White, President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you very much, Council President. That is all I have in public safety and criminal justice this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Seeing no further business come for council, is there a motion to adjourn? Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, de Alcala, Dorans, favor green, Remy White, President Harden.
Meeting is adjourned. We will take zoning in, what would you say? We have one speaker, yeah. In 5 minutes, but we will go ahead with non-agenda. I think we only have one non-agenda. Will now come to order. Clerk, please call the row.
Barosa de Padilla, de Alcauer, Dorans, Favor, Green, Remy White, President Harden.
Can I get a motion to suspend the reading of the journal? Clerk, please call the row.
Barosa de Padilla, de Alcauer, Dorans, Favor, Green, Remy White, President Harden.
Are there any additions or corrections to the journal? Hearing none, the journal is approved. We'll now go to the zoning committee. Our President Pro Tem Dorans chairs that committee. All members serve on it. Councilmember, the floor is yours.
Thank you, President Harden. Before we begin tonight's zoning agenda, first a little bit of housekeeping. Will the clerk please read the numbers of legislation in tonight's zoning committee that require waiver of second reading?
2312-2024, 2321, 2362, 2366, 2368, 2398, 1659, 1698, 1731, 2310, 2311, 2313, 2314, 2322, and 2367-2024.
Thank you, Clerk. I now move to waive second reading on those items read aloud.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, de Alcauer, Dorans, Favor, Green, Remy White, President Harden.
Waived.
Thank you. Now allow me to briefly explain our rules pertaining to speaking for council on rezonings and variances. We only hear a staff presentation for ordinances that have a disapproval from a recommending body, or if we have a public speaker signed up to speak against an ordinance. Only those who own property within 125 feet of the address that is the subject of a variance request are legally able to make public comment on a council variance. All speakers on a council variance, including city staff, area commissioners, applicants, and members of the public, are required to be sworn in before they give testimony pursuant to the city attorney's advice. Representatives of an area commission and applicants are always able to speak on an ordinance who do not need to fill out a speaker slip, but we please do alert city staff of their intention to speak when you arrive. This evening we have 13 public speaker slips that have been submitted to council on 2 ordinances. And we've had a number of pieces of written legislation from members of the public that have been submitted to all offices prior to this hearing. On the advice of the City Attorney's Office, I will now swear in city staff. Please stand and raise your right hand and be sworn in. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, nothing but the truth, that you shall answer to pains of penalty of perjury? If so, please say I do. I do. Thank you. Please let the record reflect that Tim Dietrich and Phil Asher from the Department of Building and Zoning Services, Chris Laura from the Division of Planning, and Dan Bleschmidt from the Traffic Management Division in the Department of Public Service have been sworn in. First, we have Ordinance 2009-2024 to rezone 4480 DeSantis Court, being 3.33 plus acres located in the southwest corner of DeSantis Court and West Henderson Road from LC4 Limited Commercial District to ARO Apartment Office District. Site consists of one parcel with an extended stay hotel, and the proposed rezoning will allow for the conversion into a multi-unit residential development. Proposal is approved from city staff and the Development Commission. The ordinance was postponed back in July at the request of the applicant. Do my colleagues have any questions or comments? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, de Alcauer, Dorans, favor green, Remy White, President Harden.
Thank you. Next, we have ordinance 2312-2024 to rezone 2125 Marble Cliff Office Park, being 1.75 plus acres located in the southeast corner of Marble Cliff Office Park and Dublin Road from LM Limited Manufacturing District to LM Limited Manufacturing District. The site consists of an undeveloped parcel, and the proposed rezoning will allow for less objectionable uses and commercial uses which are prohibited in the existing current district. The proposal has approval from city staff and the Development Commission. Do my colleagues have questions or comments? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, de Alcauer, Dorans, favor green, Remy White, President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. Next, we have ordinance 2321-2024 to rezone 494 St. Clair Avenue, being 1.07 acres plus acres located on the east side of St. Clair Avenue, 60 plus feet south of Old Leonard Avenue from CPD Commercial Plan Development District and R2F Residential District to ARO Apartment Office District. The site consists of one undeveloped parcel and another parcel developed with a parking lot, and the proposed rezoning and concurrent variance will allow for an 84-unit affordable senior housing to be built on the near east side. The site is subject to ordinance number 0348-2023, filed for a competitive funding process by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, and was conditioned on the follow-up rezoning request. The proposal has approval from city staff, the Development Commission, and the Near East Area Commission. We do have two public speakers signed to speak on this ordinance. Due to those speakers, we will have a staff presentation starting with Representative of the Department of Building and Zoning Services. Mr. Dietrich, the floor is yours.
President Pro Tem Dorans, President Harden, members of council, the 1.07 acre site consists of one undeveloped parcel in the R2F residential district and one parcel developed with a parking lot in the CPD Commercial Plan Development District. The site is subject to ordinance 0348-2023, which was filed for a competitive funding process by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development and was conditioned on this follow-up rezoning request to the ARO Apartment Office District. This site is within the planning boundaries of the Near East Area Plan, which does not contain a specific land use recommendation for this location. However, the plan does state that in general, housing types and densities should be consistent with housing types and densities found in the surrounding area. Staff supports the request as it will replace an existing surface parking lot and meets the city's objective to provide more housing in all areas of the city, and therefore our recommendation is approval.
Thank you, Mr. Dietrich. Any questions from colleagues? Seeing none, we'll move on to Mr. Dan Bleshmet from the Traffic Management Division.
President Harden, Chair Dorans, members of council, the Department of Public Service has reviewed this application and is comfortable with the parking ratios that are proposed with the proposed building. So based on those analyses, we have no further concerns with this application.
Thank you, Mr. Bleshmet. And finally, Mr. Christopher Lohr from Planning.
President Harden, Chair Dorans, and members of council, planning has no comment on the proposed rezoning as the Near East Area Plan does not include a land use recommendation. Staff does note that the applicant provided a site plan and elevations which are otherwise consistent with adopted plan guidance. Thank you.
Thank you. We will next call the applicant's representative forward, Mr. Matt Bierlin, and anyone from his team. And Matt, if I got your name wrong, let me know when you get to the podium. Come on up. Welcome back to council.
President Harden, Chair Dorans, members of council. My name's Matt Bierlein. It's what you drink and what you draw. That's how you remember. And I'm Development Counsel for National Church Residences, and I'm here on behalf of the project. This is an exciting project because not only does this community deliver new units of affordable housing to the city, but it also breathes life into a church's vision for how to provide housing to its neighboring community. The project's named the Scarborough. And it's a partnership between National Church Residences, Trinity Baptist Church, and its co-developer, Nix Development Company. Trinity Baptist Church has long had a goal to be able to make beneficial use of that parking lot and provide housing to its neighbors as an extension of its ministry. We linked up with them a couple years ago and were able to pursue Section 202 HUD funding to be able to support the project and paired that with 4% LIHTC credits. Additionally, there's a grant, bond grant from the City of Columbus as well. And These are the exciting and the fun projects where you're able to work with a long-standing, they celebrated their 100th year of ministry to the Near East Side this year, a long-standing community participant to be able to help bring one of their goals to fruition and bring a beneficial use to a parking lot that certainly in post-COVID times isn't getting the same traffic that it would have beforehand. I'm happy to answer any questions about the project, either now or later in the hearing.
Thank you. Any questions from colleagues? Thank you, Matt. I'll call you back up if we need to. The next speaker to come before council is a representative of the Near East Side Area Commission, Ms. Kate Curry D'Souza. Welcome back to council, Commissioner.
Good evening. We are very much in favor of this project. We are looking for opportunities for seniors to have housing here on the Near East Side. As always, I will be looking for opportunities for it to not be 60%, because 60%, if Intel comes, could be much larger than it is right now, than it could be in 2 years when this project is finalized. But with this project, it's an opportunity. It represents a lot of hard work that's been put in on this. As always, we also look for opportunities for continued community engagement. And so this may not have always been our best moments as a community, but we continue to be resilient and we continue to rise above and become better. And I think that this project will be that, because we need housing for seniors on the Near East Side. We're grateful that National Church Residences and Trinity saw that need and wanted to use their space for that, for seniors to have space on the Near East Side that they can move into. But I do think that it is something that as we move forward, council is going to have to consider new ways for funding opportunities and funding sources, because 60% in 2 years may not be affordable. It really might not, since that's really looking at what Franklin County is doing. And so for the seniors on the Near East Side, my advocacy will always be that we want them to stay and we want them to continue to be part of the fabric of the neighborhood that we really hold dear. And so we are going to have to continue to work together to make sure that that happens. And it might be that as we move forward that we're going to need to find more funding sources for that. And so that's a challenge to you for that as well, that we work together to find ways to make this happen. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any questions from my colleagues for Commissioner D'Souza?
It's maybe just a clarifying question, probably for the applicant, Madam Chair. I know you said 60%. I think on the briefing document here, I have a range of 30% AMI to 80% AMI.
I'm here for it. We heard 60% at our presentation. So if it's 30%, that's wonderful. And maybe it's going to be an average of 60. I'm not sure. During our meetings, we had heard 60%.
I got you. I see what you're
and
saying.
So 30% is better. And I'm very happy to hear that that's the case, if it's 30%. But we had been told 60. So
Gotcha. Maybe, Mr. Chair, if it's okay if the applicant can
I'll
tell us what the breakdown.
Yeah, I'll invite the applicant back up. Yep. Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate being down here. And
appreciate that clarification.
Yep. And as always, and I'm not going to speak for the housing chair because she's much smarter than me on these topics, but we completely agree. I mean, this council, as you know, is constantly looking for ways to be innovative with partners out in the community to find ways to push that AMI down. Because your point, how much we're growing, that 60% today could be very different down the road. We need more housing at all price points of all kinds, and more housing in which we're getting lower on that income level to be able to give folks that stability. So thanks.
Well, and just one thing, I think it's also part that the commissions are looking for opportunities to engage with City Council, because sometimes we can only carry this conversation so far, right? We are a recommendation body. And so sometimes we will stall out with the community conversations. And so we are moving it along to keep things moving because we do not want to hinder development. But we also sometimes need to raise a flag to say, we need more help to be able to have further conversations with the community members. And so we appreciate any opportunity that you can help us do that. So Thank you.
Thank you very much. We do have two speakers signed to speak on this ordinance against. We have the first is Mr. Dana Messer. Sure. I will invite Mr. Willis Brown for it. Mr. Brown, welcome back to council.
Good evening, City Council, Council President, and all members. I'm not in with the zoning. What I'm here to say is the process and procedure of the applicant and how he predetermined and premeditated not to come to the Civic. He was asked at the site hearing, nothing that we are against senior housing. And also with senior housing, it should be mixed income, because senior housing out of fixed income, over time, the cost of maintaining a building will go up, and you're going to end up with a problem. So you want a senior mixed income housing, just for put it out there, because it's what's important in the neighborhood, or any neighborhood. We were told, at the site hearing, the applicant was told, asked, was told to come visit us, the Civic Association. There isn't any other civic association in the Brownsville neighborhood that has a track record like we have. Every building you see coming out of the ground, we had something to do with it, that are spending more millions of dollars than what this is, and they give us the respect. He was asked at the site hearing, where you're told, he clearly stated that this body of people and NEAC did not tell him to come see us, to have a conversation. At the general meeting after the site hearing, he was asked again, and he said emphatically, no, he was not told by this body or NEAC to come see us. The chair did due diligence and found the minutes from June 20th and the video where he was told by NEAC to come see us. And he made a point that he didn't come to see us. Why that's important? Because we have a track record of success working with them. But it's the due disrespect that Victor Davis and his leadership and National Church residencies said that we don't have to see them, because we have friends in City Council that we can avoid that. He made that very clear. I don't have to see y'all. So I'm saying here, we were asking for it to be tabled for him to come back, because if you open this door, then any developer can come through. Even the one that you're going to talk about on 21st, he was very adamant in saying he didn't have to see us because he can make phone calls and flex his muscles with your body not to see us. And he didn't. He sent one individual, and they came to the site with all kind of discombobulated stuff. And in this situation, Victor Davis did the same very thing. So we're saying, if you're going to do that, then make it clear, get rid of the Near East Area Commission and get rid of us, the civics, and then let them all come to y'all. But we have to have a process that, I don't care whether you're black, white, rich, poor, pastor, no pastor, you must come to the civics. And especially the Bronzeville Neighborhood Association, because we have a track record of doing the right thing for our community. Our Bronzeville neighborhood is where it is today because we were at the helm. So whenever you have a pastor in the neighborhood who says he's a resident because he has sleepovers and he has needs that night, he's a resident, then that doesn't cut ice with us. And I'm saying no. I'm asking for it to be tabled, let them come back, and we can help them with the building, and you can hear why the building doesn't work for us. But it's the procedure. And if you pass this, it's fine. Then a memo should go out, get rid of NEAC, and get rid of us. And you do all the work. That's all I'm saying. And I appreciate the time to say that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Next speaker will come before council. Mr. Welcome back to council.
Hello, Council. Dana Masoner, Vice President of the Bronzeville Neighborhood Association. And I was at that site hearing on the 6th, and I was at the general meeting on the 11th at the City Building on East Broad Street. And I asked for it to be tabled. It was tabled because the commission found that they had said it needed to be tabled, that they didn't communicate with us. Afterwards, we went out into the hall. Victor Davis and Matt and myself. I talked to Matt with Victor Davis right there. I said, Matt, we have some concerns with the project. We know we need the housing. The community wants the housing, but it needs to be altered, needs to be tweaked. It's not neighborhood friendly. It's not street friendly. It doesn't match any of the setbacks on St. Clair. St. Clair is not one of the zoned in streets. It's very unfriendly, but we can make it work. Work with us. Victor Davis pulled him away, and after that, all hell broke loose. So you know what happened? So myself, was threatened. In the name of the Lord, I will take you out. This is about a development issue. He threatened my life. He came after me. 5 people held him. The whole commission ran out into the hall to help me. All right. So that happened. The following Sunday, the 14th, from his pulpit, he calls me out again, cyber threatening me. And the 2nd, on the 21st, he did the same thing. I ended up going to court where it is because I feel threatened. That is no way to handle development. And when his attorney, Larry James, says, oh, this is just a little minor dispute about development in the neighborhood, I don't think so. Victor took it to a new level. I've been involved in development with everything on Longstreet with Willis Brown. I've never had somebody come out twice with his fist raised coming at me and saying, in the name of the law, I'm going to take you out. And then this commission rolls over. So you do what you want to do. What I'm saying is I'm very disappointed with National Church residents. I went with my hand out to have a nice discussion. Let's work together. We can still work together. This is not how development's done. And shame on Victor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Masoner. I will invite the applicant back forward. Matt, Mr. Berline, if you wouldn't mind coming back up to address both the question on the AMI levels, and we've had some very specific questions regarding process. Sir, you can take your seat. Yeah, thank you.
So I'll start with the AMI levels. And as the NEAC chair had mentioned correctly, it is income averaging. And so it is a mix of the 4% and the 202 program. And there are 45 units under the 202 program that will be 50% AMI. And then there is income averaging with the LIHTC units where it can go up to 80%, but it has to average in the building no more than 60%. So there will be units that are below that 60% level. And obviously happy to provide additional detail to it and appreciate that the details of the program can be relatively complicated.
Thank you. Councilmember Faber.
So the chair also made mention around getting even more creative as it relates to funding. And we know how incredibly expensive, no matter if it's an affordable project or it's market rate, it costs the same to build. It's just about the subsidies that are able to be put into the project to bring the cost down. And so in this instance, you all are receiving a 4% low-income housing tax credit along with another grant that supports seniors in our community. Is the city also putting some support in?
Correct. The city is putting in approximately $2 million in bond gap financing.
Okay. So as it relates to just the funding that is going in to support this project, we really have tapped all of the sources that are available to us at this time that would be able to support a project that purely supports seniors in our community. So round of applause to you all to be able to have obtained that low-income housing tax credits, because that has been challenging for Central Ohio.
Certainly has, and the 202 program in particular has gotten increasingly competitive over the last cycle. So we're certainly appreciative of the city's support, and we're appreciative that we were successful in securing that funding with HUD.
Thank you.
Other questions from council members? So I did want to ask, so one clarifying point. So Columbus City Code requires applicants seeking a rezoning or variance to go to an area commission. So our code explicitly requires applicants to seek the recommendation of the area commission under city code. Our code is absent, does not speak to engagement with civic associations. During my time as chair, and certainly the prior chairs of this committee prior to me taking over, expected applicants to engage with the civic association at various levels. We have certainly encouraged folks to do that directly, and we've also encouraged civic associations to make their voice heard at the area commission, which again, under our code, is where that advocacy should occur. So just sort of broad point, I know and I believe the chair of the Area Commission also referenced some difficulties generally with this sort of community engagement process. I don't know if you have anything you want to speak to on that. Hearing the testimony here tonight, and certainly speaking with other folks in the community, I think there's a lot of hurt feelings and frustrations about how this played out. And I just wanted to, given that we've heard that testimony as a body here tonight, I just want to give the applicant the opportunity to speak to that.
Certainly, and it's not our goal to sow discontent by any stretch. The nature of affordable housing is, intensive community participant and bringing groups together, whether they're governmental or whether it's community level. I guess I'll speak to two things. One with the NEAC, we had obtained council variance in support of our HUD application, and that took place in late 22, early 23, and then we've obviously been in this process. And so between those two processes, that has involved 8 meetings between NEAC and its various committees. And so there's been intensive engagement before the NEAC on the project. We were, as mentioned, we were advised to connect with the Civic Association, and we were late in doing that. I'll be candid, and I'll certainly want to own up to that. I think the challenge comes with, as you heard, it was a contentious meeting, and there was heated words on both sides. And, following that meeting, it is difficult to see a path forward with productively engaging. And fortunately, the NEAC really stepped up, and they set a special meeting specifically for this project to be heard. And so we did go through that special meeting on this project before the NEAC took their vote.
Thank you. And I want to pause and see if there's any other questions or comments from council members. Councilmember Favor.
So at any point, were you able to have a sidebar conversation with members of the Bronzeville Civic Association about any of the concerns over the last 2 years at all?
We have not had a conversation with them outside the scope of the meeting, no.
Okay.
There wasn't engagement in the first round with council variance. So it did go through those course of 4 meetings, but there wasn't civic engagement or recommendation for the same. Again, with this latest round of meetings, we had discussed it at the last full NEAC Commission meeting, which was a very contentious meeting and a very contentious period of time after that meeting. And it's difficult to have engagement under those circumstances, and the NEAC did facilitate that special meeting to be able to hear the project directly.
Chair, I think you were heading in this direction too, and although it may not be memorialized on record, we do have an expectation that folks do take the opportunity to engage with the local civics. And so to hear the remarks that come from the leaders in the Bronzeville neighborhood, it is disappointing to hear that engagement did not take place. I would shudder to think that they would not be supportive of a project that purely supported seniors, especially on the Near East Side. But given that, I just want that to be clear that, and especially because you all have done several projects in the city of Columbus and have been through this process of zoning for quite some time. And so it is disappointing to have to reconcile such a great project that is on the horizons to support our seniors, but to also know that it did come with a lot of challenges on the front end. So I hope in the future that this is a learning hard lesson for everyone to learn, but nevertheless is one that obviously we have to grapple with today.
Thank you, Councilmember. Anything else from council members at this time? Thank you very much. So as Councilmember Favor just mentioned a moment ago, again, my expectation, council's expectation that folks meaningfully engage when given the opportunity with civic associations. Again, we encourage those civic associations also to make their voice heard within the Area Commission process, because that is the formal recommendation that does come before this body when there are both. Again, as I mentioned, I've heard a number of folks from the community about the disappointing interaction that has happened back and forth on this. I applaud the Near East Area Commission for trying to find space in order to facilitate these very difficult discussions and also making room for that to allow in difficult timelines. As Chair Faber mentioned, a lot of these projects absent government funding are not going to happen, and many of those things are on tight timelines. And I applaud our area commissioners who give up their time always to do this work, but also to then bend over backwards to try and make sure that these kind of opportunities do exist within their community, even more so. I know our two speakers here tonight have been longtime advocates for the Brownsville area and certainly the Near East Side. Council is not here to decide who was right and who was wrong when there's these difficult kinds of discussions with one another. It's ultimately what is before the body in a piece of legislation. And I think what we have before us is something that is worthy to move forward. So unless there's any other comments from my colleagues, I move for passage.
Call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, de Alcala, Dorans, Favor Green, Remy White, President Harden.
Pass.
Thank you. Next, we have ordinance 2362-2024 to rezone 951 Freebus Avenue, being 0.40 plus acres located in the southeast side of Freebus Avenue, 50 plus feet east of Oakland Avenue from CPD Commercial District to CPD Commercial Plan Development District. The site consists of 3 parcels developed with a warehouse and office uses, and requested zoning will allow for a C4 commercial uses for the building at 951 Freebus Avenue and only allows an accessory parking lot on the other parcel. The proposal has approved from City Staff, Development Commission, and the South Side Area Commission. Any of my colleagues have any questions? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, de Alcala, Dorans, Favor Green, Remy White, President Harden.
Pass.
Thank you. Next, we have ordinance 2366-2024 to rezone 115 Hutchinson Avenue, being 2.5 plus acres located in the south side of Hutchinson Avenue, 150 plus feet west of High Cross Boulevard from CPD Commercial Plan Development District to LARO, a limited apartment office district. The site consists of 1 parcel developed with an extended stay hotel, and proposed rezoning will allow the conversion of the extended stay hotel into a multi-unit residential development with 99 units being 1-bedroom or studio apartments. A concurrent council variance is further down our agenda this evening. The proposal is approved from City Staff, Development Commission, and while there's no area commission within the jurisdiction, the Far North Columbus Communities Coalition is also in support of this project. Any questions for colleagues? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Barosa de Padilla, de Alcala, Dorans, Favor Green, Remy White, President Harden.
Pass.
Thank you. Next, we have ordinance 2368-2024 to rezone 278 South Glenwood Avenue, being 0.10 plus acres located on the east side of Glenwood Avenue and 380 plus feet north of Sullivan Avenue from M Manufacturing District to CPD Commercial Plan Development District. This is a 0.10 acre site, consists of 1 undeveloped parcel in the M Manufacturing District, and the requested rezoning will allow for the redevelopment of the site with a mixed-use building containing 62 dwelling units, 1,900 square feet of retail, and a private rooftop amenity deck. The proposal has disapprovals from recommending bodies, including City Staff, the Development Commission, and the Franklinton Area Commission. During my time as chair of the Zoning Committee, we've never had an ordinance on our agenda that has had disapprovals from all 3 recommending bodies. Due to these non-recommendations, we'll now hear staff presentations before we hear from the applicant and numerous public speakers who've signed up to speak on this ordinance. First, we have representatives from the Department of Building and Zoning Services, Mr. Phil Asher. Mr. Asher, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Dorans, President Harden, and members of council. As stated, the 0.1 acre site consists of 1 undeveloped parcel in the M Manufacturing District. To the north of the site is a storage building. To the south is an auto repair building. And to the west is a building materials warehouse, all in the M Manufacturing District. East of the site are single and 2-unit dwellings in the R2F Residential District. The requested CPD Commercial Plan Development District will allow for redevelopment of the site with an 8-story mixed-use building containing 62 dwelling units, 1,900 square feet of retail, and private rooftop amenity deck. The CPD text proposes C4 commercial district uses and supplemental development standards addressing building height, parking reduction, landscaping, and building setbacks, and includes a commitment to develop the site in accordance with the submitted site plan. Code modifications to building setbacks and parking space reduction from 101 spaces to 0 parking spaces are included in the request. The proposed uses are inconsistent with the West Franklinton Area Plan, which recommends industrial land uses at this location. Additionally, staff note the proposal is inconsistent with Columbus citywide planning policies design guidelines, which recommend that the appropriateness of infill development should be measured in terms of height, width, setback, and lot coverage. Therefore, City Department's recommendation is for disapproval.
Any questions for Department of Building and Zoning Services colleagues? Seeing none, I would invite Mr. Dan Bleshman from Department of Public Service Traffic Management Division to present on this application.
President Harden, Chair Dorans, members of council, this site was required to complete a parking study for this proposal, which was reviewed and approved by the Division of Mobility and Parking Services. The applicant has made commitments to mitigation for transportation demands that would be created related to this project. And also, as a latter part of this approval, there would still need to be review of any potential loading zones that would need to be created in the right-of-way with the Department of Public Service, but that would come at the time of final site compliance plan review.
Thank you, Mr. Bleshman. Any questions from colleagues? Seeing none, finally, I would invite Mr. Christopher Lohr from the Division of Planning to provide his report.
Thank you, President Harden, Chair Dorans, members of council. Planning does not support the proposed rezoning. The West Franklinton plan recommends industrial for this location, which is inconsistent with the requested mix of residential and retail uses. The revised design also remains inconsistent with Columbus citywide planning policy C2P2 design guidelines, which recommend the appropriateness of infill development be measured in terms of height, width, setbacks, and the lot coverage of the surrounding areas. As such, we are still not in support of the rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lohr. Any questions, colleagues? Seeing none, I would invite the applicants to make a presentation. Mr. Rob Ellis. And Mr. Ellis, if you wouldn't mind introducing your colleagues with you as well, I appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Yeah, my name is Robert Ellis, Pink Development and Construction. This is Paul Civitello. He's our Director of Construction. And Oliver Chapman, he's Asset Management, lease up, once the building's delivered, and we have our certificates of occupancy. I'm going to start with just a little bit of overall, the general proposal here is to deliver as much housing as possible. That's the commitment that we made in our CPD text is up to 62 units. We haven't designed a building. There's certain commitments and heights, but there's still modifications within the building that we've given general design standards. We started with 20 stories here and reduced it down to 8. Even to get on this agenda, we had to push because of just precedent, and we believe that a housing first strategy aligns with the zoning commitments and a lot of that reduces parking and pushes for affordability. This entire development is based off of an affordable housing development in New York City called the Carmel Place Apartments. They had 60,000 applications for this for 50 apartments, 4,200 applications for every one housing unit, and this was in 2015. That just shows the need for these kinds. It's the exact same floor plan with balconies that we pulled off here. This was a shipping container assembly that I can share with all members of council. Overall, we focus on the case law precedent as well, which has been set by Schottenstein Real Estate Group in the city of Columbus, where the court upheld the city's decision to approve a mixed-use development, citing the inclusion of affordable housing commitments and economic benefits outweighed neighborhood concerns. In Pizzuti Companies versus City of Columbus, it was a rezoning application for mixed-use development that faced public opposition over density and parking. The court found that it acted within discretion to approve the project because of the zoning requirements and the substantial public benefit from affordable housing units. The same kinds of commitments that are made in our CPD text with a 24% accountability. And in Hickory Run Limited Partnership versus City of Columbus, the court emphasized the opposition alone does not constitute sufficient reason for denial of a project. Outside of case law, the general standards held are public benefit and the affordable housing commitment. We have a letter of support from the community housing shelter of our development, which was provided to the city's attorney, addressing community concerns. We've engaged substantially with all the community groups. We went to the Development Commission twice. We went to the Franklinton Area Commission. We went to individual housing meetings, and we reached out. The Franklinton Housing Committee has not even reached out to the homeless shelters and some of those that we reached out to privately. These are new housing committees. They're really sloppy. They're still trying to figure it out. They're still holding votes on who's there. These neighborhood groups are advisory only because of some of these concerns, but we've had we published 15 different articles about this development, replied to every Facebook comment, anything that we could reply to about this development, about the public benefit. And all the speakers that are kind of come up and speak, you're not going to hear any positivity about the public benefit. The weight here is public benefit versus opposition. Finally, I believe that this aligns with the new zoning codes in general that Columbus just passed into legislation in July, which are with Zone In. And we've spoken about this, Councilmember Durant, like even since June. So we personally believe, if you look at the Mid-Ohio Regional Development, there's 50,000 housing units behind. I could have built a triplex here. We pushed a higher density proposal. We brought down the densities. We have an appraisal that shows higher densities that have been built. We've had 110-foot height districts, 200-foot height districts approved in non-institutional uses on the Near East Side. Franklinton's struggling with Gravity 2 going up for sale, and Brad Kaufman kind of going through some stuff right now too. Brett Kaufman. So in my opinion, this is a development that's really needed to boost this. That was a lot of the public feedback we got online. Just like Zone In, there's more than just public meetings that you go through. In general, we believe this supports the city's comprehensive plan and Mayor Ginther's overall housing strategy and just the general sentiments of fast appreciating rents across the board. So that's kind of my my gamut. I'm going to have Paul speak a little bit about the actual building itself.
Good evening, council members. As a director of construction, my responsibility is to oversee every phase of this project, ensuring that it is executed with the highest standards of quality and efficiency. This project is designed not only to provide much-needed affordable housing, but also to enhance the local community and economy. It represents a significant investment in the future of Franklinton, aligning with the city's strategic goals of fostering sustainable development. Our team has a proven record of managing complex construction projects effectively. We are committed to adhering to the highest industry standards, ensuring that the development is completed on time and within budget. The scale of this project necessitates a meticulous approach to construction management, and we are well prepared to handle these challenges. The delays we have encountered due to opposition are more than just setbacks. They are tangible consequences for both our company and the community. Each day of delay impacts our ability to deliver this development, which is designed to bring numerous benefits, including increased housing availability and economic stimulation in Franklinton. The project has undergone extensive planning and community engagement, including numerous public meetings and feedback sessions. We have addressed concerns raised during these meetings and adapted our plans to meet community needs. Our commitment to quality and community engagement is unwavering, and we are ready to proceed with construction as soon as approvals are secured. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Oliver Chapman, and I'm a brokerage and leasing agent with over a decade of experience. I have 20 years experience in property management. As somebody in the real estate community, as you guys know, we need housing like yesterday. People would move to the moon if it meant a safe place over their head. In this area, with this revitalization, I don't see how this doesn't fit the core mission of the city. It would be my job as a leasing manager to get people a roof over their head, and I think we far exceed the city's mission for affordable housing. That's my commitment with this project. I have a mission to serve people. When I read comments every single day on Facebook, I see just the heartbreak that comes with people who just don't know what their next move is. Yes, I sell houses. Now people can't even buy houses, so they want to rent. And they ask me, where do I rent? And I say, what's your budget? And when I get their budget, I look at the market rents. They have nowhere to go. And this is going to be compounding and compounding and compounding. People are coming here and coming here and coming here. When I read in the paper, like Mayor Ginther, we're going to bring immigrants to the city. Where are they going to live? These areas down there, I'm sorry, but I know they're industrial in nature now, and this might not fit the core of what, the architectural type that people are going to come up here and complain about. But it is going to solve a problem for the city, and we have a mission to keep doing it. And we're going to be here again and again to address this. And so I just hope you guys take our consideration, because we are people who are trying to address this for our constituents. I try to address it for the people that I serve, and I just appreciate you guys hearing on our behalf. Thank you.
Any questions from council members for the applicant at this time? Councilmember Green.
I'm wondering if you can clarify for me. I believe that I saw online that this parcel was listed as being for sale for $1 million. And so I just want to get a better understanding of, I mean, A, that seems very incompatible in terms of what other properties are valued at in that area, and B, get a sense of, even if we were to approve this, would it be your intention to develop it, or what does that look like for you?
We actually had capital markets advisory from Colliers, who had an appraisal at $15,000 per housing unit. So originally, we actually already lost over, I think, over $1 million from the reduction from 162 units down to 62. That would be a hardship that we would pursue if this wasn't approved. But overall, to answer your question, we use the advertisement of it as a way to solicit equity and capital partners. The majority of, we're building 5 or 6 single-family homes. We have several triplexes that we have through rezoning. The majority of money for these projects is coming outside of our market, which in general people oppose, but those are the people, that's the capital markets: Chicago, Miami, New York, Los Angeles. So our intention is not to sell the site. I actually have this project. I've moved to Miami, and there's a new tokenization strategy, which is to digitize. This would be an all equity raise, more than likely, and we already have the project fully funded if we have approvals. Does that answer the question? Or, yeah, our intention is not to sell. Like, more than likely, it was just until we have solicit capital partners and have backing.
Any other questions, council members, of the applicant at this time? See none. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
The next speaker to come for council on this ordinance is Commissioner Eric Skidmore from the Franklin Area Commission. Commissioner, welcome to council.
Good evening. Thank you, council members, for giving me the opportunity to speak with you about the rezoning request for the Glenwood property. The Franklin Area Commission is generally supportive of more affordable housing, higher density development, and reduction in parking requirements for the neighborhood. However, this request, which is a very large building, although it keeps changing in size a little bit throughout the time, with no parking, is such a stark contrast to the character of this part of the neighborhood, and it was hard for us to engage even with particular details, particularly because the details from one meeting to another seem to be changing. Add to that, the developer was so aggressively dismissive of the process, and the Area Commission in particular, that any conversation with him about the project was difficult. The developer did attend committee meetings. However, in most of those meetings, or any of those meetings that I attended, he did not seem to approach them with any intention of compromising in regards to the concerns of the residents. And because of his work in the media and social media, he had garnered a great deal of heated opposition from the residents. We had some of the largest attended meetings we've had. Ultimately, he made it clear to us that he also felt that city staff and city council were supportive of his plans. And as he correctly pointed out, the Area Commission's approval was simply a recommendation and seemed to not particularly care if he had the recommendation of the Area Commission. With that in mind, we engaged with him in some conversation, but the meeting was starting to become quite heated, and it became clear that there was no support for him from the Area Commission. So we oppose the request for rezoning and recommend that the City Council do the same.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any questions from colleagues at this time? Thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate you being here. As I mentioned earlier, we had 4 public speakers signed to speak on this ordinance, but per council rules, we only allow 3 speakers on either side of an ordinance in support or opposing. All 4 speakers we have tonight are against, so if one of the first 3 to sign up are not here, we will move on to the 4th that signed up. First, we have Mr. Jack Chambers, so if you wouldn't mind coming up to council, you have 3 minutes, and please let us know if you're representing any organization or yourself.
Thank you, everyone, for the opportunity to come speak. My name is Jack Chambers. I'm a resident of Franklinton, in earshot of the property in on this proposal. As many are aware from the Pink Development proposal, this project is extreme in many ways. It is extreme to construct an 8-story building in the middle of a residential area, extreme for it to focus on maximizing profits by targeting micro-living and housing vouchers, and it is extreme for the architectural challenges of placing such a structure on a lot that was just a few years ago a single-family house. I have been following this project since it was most recently shut down at the Franklinton Town Commission, and since then I have done a little bit of a deep dive into Rob Ellis's practices. As of now, he has no concrete designs to demonstrate this project's feasibility, only artist renderings and drawings from the same company that originally proposed them. His plan to rezone this land, create theoretical equity, and then refinance to get the project off the ground is essentially a real estate Ponzi scheme. And yet, when I spoke to many community leaders, many were unaware of the process of him bypassing the commission and coming to speak to you guys directly today. I know this was a last-minute addition. I urge the City Council to not only deny this rezoning based on the negative impact it would have on our community, but I also beg you guys to please closely scrutinize all of Mr. Ellis's proposals within Columbus. He intends to exploit zoning loopholes from other cities, such as Miami's affordable housing, ignoring zoning, to force poorly planned developments throughout our city. He sees this as an opportunity for development in Columbus and aims to speculate in the most harmful way possible. Finally, I encourage the City Council and its legal team to review Mr. Ellis's online behavior. He is already in discussion with real estate lawyers and intends to litigate to force his development, regardless of the community's actual needs. This is a direct quote from one of his videos. If they say no, they're going to be in trouble because nobody says no to me. While he cannot sue for theoretical losses, his AI-generated articles and statements may suggest otherwise. That's all.
Thank you. Any questions from council members for the public speaker? Seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Chambers. Appreciate being here. Next speaker come for council is Mr. Nicholas Pasquarello. And Mr. Pasquarello, let me know if I mispronounced your name. Oh, thank you. Always try to do my best on that, so I appreciate when I take a stab and get it right every now and again. You have 3 minutes, and please let us know if you're here representing any entity other than yourself.
Thank you, Ms. Dorans and council. I probably won't take 3 minutes. I'm just a neighbor. I live across the alley at 285 South Cypress Avenue, and it's just, I mean, I don't know what else to say other than it's a ridiculous proposal. I remember when my husband Edwin showed me like the Columbus Underground like article about it, and we just like burst out laughing. Like this is insane. I mean, I just urge anybody to just actually go to the site. I think just anyone with 2 eyes could see how ridiculous this proposal is. I wasn't involved in the Franklin Area Commission when it was going through those levels, but we did get an invite to, I believe, the zoning board. I might have gotten that wrong, but I did go to that meeting, and it was maybe, you know, as you all know, it was unanimous non-recommendation for it. You know, from people who were, you know, architects with decades of experience, talking about just like the impossibility of what they were proposing, and yet it seemed pretty clear that they were pushing for a vote regardless of the fact that it was definitely not going to get approved, so that they can rush it through and try to, you know, I guess bring it to you all and have friends higher up in city council that, you know, can just grease their palms. So I was very happy to see that the board did not suggest it, and yeah, I mean, I trust you all will do the right thing. I mean, in just seeing this, yeah, I'll just cut it there.
Any questions from council members? Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Final speaker to come for council on this ordinance is Mr. Edwin Wooliver. Oh, let the record reflect that Mr. Wooliver has declined to speak. Our standard practice is to allow the applicant to address any public comment prior to a vote. Would Mr. Ellis like to make any comments?
Despite some of the commentary, we've probably met with 6 architects, some of the best people that have designed the tallest structures here. I had a slim floor system designed, the structural components. We've met with all of the boring examples. There's something called super slims, which are towers that are 10 times taller than they are wide. Steinway Tower in New York is 23 times taller, which is it's about 1,300 feet tall and 60 feet wide at its narrowest point. This structure here is only 2.87. It's not even a super slim. It's barely considered anything. It's definitely constructed. The structural beams would be eccentric loaded structural columns that we've already done, and the precast hollow core slabs would be just set by cranes. We've had crane conversations, some of the best concrete manufacturers. We've probably spent 300 hours on the construction design. I think it's silly to defend a building that hasn't been designed yet, but a little bit of that commentary. I think overall, one thing to recognize is this is the rezoning application that allows us to design a building with an architect. We've had architects from Los Angeles, Denver, Miami that have and see the greatest need for affordable housing. I don't think this will be an architect that's from our city, but the engineering, we definitely plan to work with local groups to build the structure. So I don't know about some of the character references and other things, but you know, my dad's an attorney, and I'm pretty blunt. I come across as I quote case law and things like that, but it's just for precedent. So, in my opinion, it would be in poor taste to push down an affordable housing project commitment. If it's not physically able to be built, then we'll be back here to modify it. We'll work with the building departments as is common practice by zoning. So some of our designs. So.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Ellis. We had a fourth public speaker on this, Ms. Tina Cooper, since Mr. Wolliver declined. Is Ms. Tina Cooper with us? Ms. Cooper, would you like to speak? Thank you. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, Mr. Ellis. Councilmember Bankson had a question for you.
Yeah, just one question for you, Mr. Ellis. I know that this application or project will be looking to utilize the CRA, and I know that you're referencing affordable housing. Would you go above and beyond what the CRA requires? Is it 100% affordable?
Yeah, we started with the only thing is the market for a market rate deal. We're not using any tax incentives or applying for any abatements. We started with the thresholds would be as close to 50% as we could get to keep it still market rate based on the advisory of Berkadia, which is a capital markets advisor. Even the parking required here would be 20,000 square feet if we reduced it because there's 290 parking spaces. To answer that question, we started with 45%. There was no weight given at any of the area commissions or any of the city planning or staff. So we reduced it based on, we would be happy to commit to a higher percentage that was initially done in the text as required.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councilmember. Again, I apologize, Ms. Cooper. The floor is yours. Again, you have 3 minutes, and please let council know if you're representing any individual organization other than yourself.
Okay. Hello, my name is Tina Cooper. I have been a resident of Franklinton for over 60 years, and allowing me to speak for the committees and also the residents that is allowing me to speak before you. I am here concerning the location at 278 South Glenwood Avenue. I am against this location becoming a multi-unit apartment with no parking provided. This will affect several residents in the area, especially the residents that can only use on-street parking. This is a neighborhood with mostly single-family homes, and to have a multi-unit apartment is not aesthetic to the existing community. I also have concerns over the safety of the structure being built on a single-family lot. Building is to be property line to property line. How are they to build with no room left for materials and equipment? How will this affect the existing buildings on either side of the structure and fire issues? These are all of concern. I hope that with the zoning committee voting against the proposed location does have some weight on the decision this council will make. A comment was made in a meeting that the zoning council vote against the project did not matter. I hope this is not true. Thank you again for allowing me to speak before you.
Thank you, Ms. Cooper. Any questions for council members? Seeing none, thank you very much. This is a long zoning agenda because this is one of our few meetings in September and our only zoning committee meeting this month. I think if folks are regularly engaged in the council, we know that housing is at a crisis level in our city. We know that we need housing of all types across the city at all price points in every neighborhood. And certainly we want applicants to bring applications forward that address that. And certainly we are looking continually for folks to think outside the box in a way that allows more units to be brought online as quickly as possible in Columbus to meet the demand. That said, we've heard tonight this ordinance has disapprovals from city staff, Development Commission, and the Area Commission. We have not had a application or a piece of legislation move forward, certainly in my 5.5 years on council, that has not had approval from at least one of these bodies. This council disagrees from time to time with the Development Commission, with an Area Commission, with city staff. Reasonable minds can disagree. That said, when we have all three recommending bodies telling us that they can't approve this project, I don't see a pathway for myself to support this project individually. Therefore, I move for passage by voice.
Clerk, please call the roll by voice.
Mr. Bankston?
No.
Ms. Barosad? Oh, excuse me. She's Ms. Day Alcower?
No.
Mr. Dorans?
No.
Ms. Faber? No. Ms. Green?
No.
Mr. Remy? Mr. Weich? No. President Harden?
No.
Thank you. Ordinance defeated. Next ordinance we have is 2398-2024 to rezone 2283 Sunbury Drive, being 10+ acres located on the west side of Sunbury Road, 490+ feet north of Hillstone Street from R Rural District to CPD Commercial Plan Development District. Site consists of an undeveloped portion of a parcel rezoned in the R Rural District, and requested rezoning will allow development of the site with 116-unit affordable senior housing developments. The allowable use in the CPD text include housing for the elderly and aging, nursing home, and rest homes. The proposal has approval from City Staff, Development Commission, and the Near East Area Commission. Do my colleagues have any questions or comments? Seeing none, I first move to amend as submitted to the clerk.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Bankston? I'm sorry. Bankston, Day Alcower?
Actually, not Bankston.
I'm sorry.
We lost Bankston, too.
He's not here either.
Day Alcower.
Day Alcower? Dorans, Faber, Green, Remy, Weich, President Harden.
Thank you. I next move for passage as amended.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Day Alcower, Dorans, Faber, Green, Remy, Weich, President Harden.
Go ahead. Yep.
That was passed. Thank you. Next, we move into the council variances portion of tonight's agenda. First, we have ordinance 1659-2024 to grant a variance provisions of section 3332.035, R3 residential district 3332.05A4, area district lot width requirements, 3332.13, R3 area district requirements, and 3332.21 building lines, the Columbus City Code. So the property located at 1286 Key West Avenue to allow a 2-unit dwelling with reduced standards in the R3 residential district. Site consists of an undeveloped parcel in the American Addition neighborhood. This ordinance was postponed this summer in order for the applicant to address some of the requests made by the North Central Area Commission at our zoning meeting back in July. Since that time, members of my staff, the Department of Neighborhoods, the North Central Area Commission, and neighbors met with the applicant at the site to work towards finding a pathway forward. Since then, the applicant has updated the 3D renderings to address the commission and neighborhood's request to make the front porches look more like the surrounding single-family homes in the neighborhood. And I also appreciate the applicant addressing the concerns of the North Central Area Commission regarding some other properties within the neighborhood. I'm going to allow Mr. Tim Dietrich from the Department of Building and Zoning Services to give a staff presentation to refresh council on what we heard back in July. Mr. Dietrich, floor is yours.
The applicant proposes a future lot split and requests a council variance to allow a 2-unit dwelling on each lot. The council variance is required because the R3 district does not allow 2-unit dwellings. Variances to lot width, lot size, building lines are also included in this request. The site is located within the planning boundaries of the North Central Plan, which recommends single-family residential uses at this location. Staff supports the request as the proposed 2-unit dwellings are consistent with the existing housing types and the plan's recommendation for infill housing on vacant lots, and therefore we recommend approval.
Thank you, Mr. Dietrich. Any questions from colleagues for the department at this time? Seeing none, I will invite the applicant, Mr. Cephas Pearson, forward for a presentation. Mr. Pearson, since we've moved into the variance portion of the agenda, I'm going to swear you in when you get to the podium. Would you raise your right hand and be sworn in? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, nothing but the truth, that you shall answer pains and penalty of perjury? If so, please say I do.
I do.
The floor is yours, sir.
All right. I hope to keep this very concise this evening. Our project, as we're all aware, housing is needed in every sector of our city. The design of these multifamily homes are consistent with the characters of other properties within the American Addition. Duplexes on infill lots within the city are a critical component of housing. This development in particular is extremely light in density and allows families to enter, into stable neighborhoods. These units are particularly modern, they're sleek, spacious, and we've also have a design that allows for plenty of green space for residents to enjoy. We've made every attempt to, work with the area. As you stated, I met with members of your staff, the neighborhood liaison, members of the community, very productive meeting, and just, to try to make sure that all voices are being heard and to come to a consensus. We do understand that there is some anxiety with the thought of duplexes in a neighborhood that has been historically single-family homes, but we just like to reassure, as I stated earlier, light density. We're keeping with the character of the neighborhood, and we do, moving forward, plan to have a very active relationship with this tight-knit community.
Thank you, Mr. Pearson. Any questions from my colleagues at this time for the applicant? Seeing none, I might invite you back up, Mr. Pearson, but we've got a couple of speakers on this one. So the first speaker to come for council is Commissioner Asmar Williams. Typically, we have the air commissioners come first, and then we'll do the public speakers. Okay. Yep. And Commissioner Williams, I'm going to swear you in when you get up here. Welcome back to council. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, nothing but the truth, that you shall answer under pains of penalty of perjury? If so, please say I do.
I do.
The floor is yours, Commissioner.
Good evening, everyone. What I would like to address is mainly with this particular project. Mayor Coleman did make a commitment to our community to complete the American Addition neighborhood. And most of us, when we purchased, the property within American Addition as a whole is zoned as single-family homes. So that was our focus in the community. Homeport also made a commitment to our community to complete the American Addition community, and they're en route to do 24 additional homes. We were supposed to have 125 single-family homes in this community. That's what the owners were sold on when we purchased this property. So what I'm asking for is the city to honor the commitment that was made to the residents that already reside within American Addition. The developer, is saying that he wants to do affordable housing, and we understand that housing is needed. It's a dire need, but going at 80% of AMI is not affordable. Your legislative aides cannot afford to live in this property. If we were doing it based off of income, and if it was solely just the council's income, and you only got your city salary without additional jobs, technically some of y'all would have qualified for affordable housing. And we know your income far exceeds our average resident. Our average resident in Columbus makes under $50,000 a year. So again, to me, these 80% projects is furthermore pushing folks out. We have people who are living second and third generation within their homes and not by choice. And it's because we're constantly giving funding to 80% affordable housing and, again, pushing folks out. What about let's say even our $20 an hour employees? I'm a city employee, and I have fellow coworkers who say that they cannot afford to live there, driving far as Centerburg to find residents. And it's not because they don't want to find homes or purchase homes. Yes, he has made some concessions. One of the concessions that he has made considered a fence, privacy fence, because the property next to it has a privacy fence. But again, this was zoned as single family, and we would like to keep it that way. And if we are going to consider additional housing, we need to look at the 60%, the 30%, because guess what? Those are the folks that are homeless, or again, I'm sure folks have, whether it's their children, grandchildren, cousins, most people here are now multi-generational living. And it's a shame because, again, the rent that is being proposed is going to exceed every single mortgage within American Addition. So that's an issue. And like you stated earlier, the homes out of the land trust, the average person made $50-something thousand a year. At the amount that's being proposed, folks have to make over $70,000 a year to qualify. So who are we really helping? Who are we really housing? Because guess what? Our service workers are going to still be homeless or living with an auntie or whoever they can try to fit in with. We do understand that development is needed, but this community was set up to help people to be able to purchase a home and build that generational wealth. And for me, the price point at which these rents are going to be is completely cutting that off. Because again, the resident that resides next door to the property was willing to put her property up for sale because she does not want to live next to a duplex, let alone two on a single family lot. It's not enough space. That property next to it is a lot and a half. And again, there has been some concessions that were proposed, but truly, if we're all saying we need affordable housing, let's be real. If you make $73,000 a year, you can afford and go get rent somewhere and pay full market value rent. But your folks that make, let's say, $25 an hour, well, there's no place for them to go. So I think if they're going to continue to provide city funding, federal funding, or dollars for these projects, we need to demand that 60% is truly being accessible, 30% is accessible, or at least be on par with the mortgages that's in this community. Because how are these tenants are going to feel when they're paying rent and their rent is over $500 more than any mortgage of a new build house on the block? We got homes that will potentially be sold for over $240,000 a year, and that rent is still going to exceed those people's mortgage. And I'm sure an abatement or something is going to be applied to this project. So also another thing that I would like to bring up is with this particular project, because he owns property on Sigsbee, that I wish that we could have had a conversation to make that particular duplex uniform with the rest of the block and the rest of the community. We really need to look at how we're developing our neighborhoods for the greater good of the community as a whole, because again, I feel like it would be a disservice to our residents when you find out that you're on top of each other because, again, smaller density and higher rental payment. In addition, just as a community person, they're still concerned. I have yet to be able to go into 1275 Sigsbee, his other property within the community, and see what improvements have been made. Because we got a very concerning letter from the previous tenant due to the upkeep of that property. So that is a major concern of mine. But again, if we're going to provide affordable housing, it truly needs to be affordable. Because again, we have city employees that cannot afford to live. And at this price point, it's not sustainable.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any questions or comments from my colleagues at this time? Seeing none, I'm going to invite the other public speakers to come forward. The first on our list is Ms. Christina Hairston. Ms. Hairston, welcome to council. Ms. Harrison, when you get to the podium, I'm going to have you raise your right hand and swear you in, if that's all right. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, nothing but the truth, as you shall answer under pain of penalty of perjury? If so, please say I do.
I do.
Floor is yours, ma'am.
Good evening, members of the City Council. My name is Christina Hairston, and I am a resident of American Addition neighborhood. I stand before you today to express my strong opposition to the proposed construction of the duplex in our community. The American Addition neighborhood has a rich history and one that is deeply intertwined with the concept of a thriving community and the foundation of single-family homes. When Mayor Coleman and Homeboard embarked on the initiative to revitalize our neighborhood, there was a clear commitment that American Addition would be rebuilt with single-family houses, not duplexes. This commitment was the cornerstone of our trust and our hope in the future of our neighborhood. The introduction of duplexes in the landscape disrupts the vision entirely. It represents a broken promise to the residents who were assured of a specific type of development. In fact, one of our neighbors has already decided to sell their home due to this proposed project. This demonstrates the significant negative impact that the duplex would have in our community. The American Addition community was revitalized with a clear and unwavering commitment to single-family home ownership. The commitment was a cornerstone of the trust and hope that our residents have invested in this neighborhood. The induction of duplex, as is proposed in the Key West project, would represent a direct violation of this fundamental principle. The argument that duplex would provide affordable housing is deeply questionable. While the initial rate rents may seem appealing, there is no guarantee that these rates will remain affordable over time. Moreover, the true path to affordable housing lies in homeownership, where residents can build equity and financial stability. The commitment made by Mayor Coleman and Homeboard ensured that these single-family homes would be attainable at price comparable to, if not lower than, current rental rates. This approach fosters not just affordability, but also a sense of ownership and investment in our community. Residents who own their homes are more likely to take pride in their surroundings and contribute to the overall well-being of the neighborhood. The proposed duplex would not only disrupt the established characteristic of American Addition, but also violate the expectations of existing home ownerships. Many residents purchase their homes and properties with the understanding that there will be the part of the single-family residential community. The introduction of these duplexes will undermine their investment and erode their trust in the community. I do urge City Council to consider the long-term consequences of this project. By approving the Key West project, it would be setting precedent that this could jeopardize the future of American Addition. The true path to affordability lies in single-family home ownership, where a resident's monthly payments goes towards building equity rather than simply lining the pockets of a landlord. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Hairston. Any questions from my colleagues? Thank you. Seeing none, I will call up the next speaker, Ms. Courtney Nickens. Ms. Nickens, welcome to council. Ms. Nickens, I'll swear you in when you get to the podium. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, nothing but the truth, so that you shall answer to pains of penalty of perjury? If so, please say I do.
I do.
The floor is yours.
Hello and good evening. My name is Courtney Nickens. I am a resident on Key West Avenue, actually across the, just right across the street from this potential property. I purchased my home last April under the impression that American Addition was a safe neighborhood that provided affordable single-family homes, allowing us the opportunity to become homeowners within city limits, an opportunity that has been limited elsewhere in terms of affordability. As a single mother, I understand the importance of providing affordable homes for families, and American Addition has done a wonderful job of providing beautiful quality neighborhood and community. If you allow them to build these duplexes on a single-family lot, you are no longer focused on the quality of the community, but heavily focused on a quantity of money in your pockets. Placing 2 duplexes, which will be 4 units, 4 families on a single-family lot creates overcrowding. Overcrowding has been proven to cause a lack of privacy, which can lead to poor relationships and create aggression and withdrawal amongst residents, which is proven to lead to poor educational outcomes for children. Also, please note that parking is only allowed on the west side of the street. If these duplexes are built and you have 4 units, 4 families, obviously there's also overcrowding in terms of parking. There are also 2 other vacant lots right there on Key West across from this lot that homes are intended to be built on. If you put these 4 units on this one lot, there's no parking for these potential homeowners as well. I think that the most important takeaway is that placing 4 families on a single family lot will greatly affect the quality of life for the current residents, future residents, and the community as a whole. Affordable housing is needed, but it should be done so in a manner that makes sense. If this variance can be revised and to prevent overcrowding, it will benefit future residents and current residents alike. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nickens. Any questions or comments from council members? Seeing none, I will call our last speaker, Ms. Kim Davenport. Ms. Davenport, welcome to council. Same thing, Ms. Davenport. If you wouldn't mind raising your right hand, I'll swear you in. Do you swear from the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, nothing but the truth, as you shall answer pains of penalty of perjury? If so, please say I do.
I do.
Floor is yours, ma'am.
Thank you for this opportunity to be able to speak in front of you all. My name is Kim Davenport. I do live on Key West. I am also an employee for Franklin County. And being an employee for Franklin County, American Addition was the only place that I could buy a home and afford a home. And I'm just passionate about other single mothers, single women in this county being able to afford a home. I work for the county and I see the cost. We are just about the only place where someone can afford a home. The next homes that go up will be about $220,000 or more. That's now what we call affordable. It's really unacceptable because, as she stated, somebody is making $20, $25, $30, they can't even afford it. So now you're going to put duplexes on that single family lot. People will not be able to afford it that actually live in the neighborhood. I understand that we are under a crisis. We need homes. We want homes. We want people to be able to live. But to do it on the backs of a black neighborhood just to make it so that other developers can have this, because they're going to get abatements, right? This is an abated neighborhood, so they're going to get tax breaks. They get government funding. So they pay nothing into the neighborhood, but they're getting all the benefit from the neighborhood. That to me is a problem, because it was being done so that people could come into the neighborhood and get a break and actually be able to afford it. But now what we're doing is developers are coming into that same neighborhood and benefiting all of the abatements and the federal breaks that was meant for the people that actually work, pay taxes in Franklin County, and that should have those breaks because they are putting into it. The developers come in, if the rents are $1,800, $2,000, people can't afford it, and they get all the breaks and they're not really paying into it. What I am basically saying is it was zoned as a single family home, and now it is doing duplexes and apartments. So now it is not acting as though it was supposed to be in the beginning or as it was redeveloped. We're supposed to be revitalizing the neighborhood. The mayor, that's what they promised us. That's what I bought into. My children are there. We are rebuilding the neighborhood, and now we want to put duplexes in there, and then you want to squeeze it. If I would urge that we look at, even if we have to coincide and put something there, that we put it as just a single family home, even if it's rented, because to put it as a duplex and double on that single lot, it is creating crowding. So that's what I would urge for you all to look at.
Thank you, Ms. Davenport. Any question or comments from council members? Thank you. Seeing none, I invite the applicant to come back forward to respond to any public comment.
Once again, I'll try to be brief here. I'll listen intently to each speaker. And a few things I just want to reiterate is that there's a housing need in every sector within the city. So when we provide housing somewhere, whether it's affordable, market rate, workforce, it creates opportunities in other areas. Have been a licensed realtor since 2002 is when I began my real estate career here in Columbus. I'm very familiar with the American Addition, and I'd just like to express that the character and all the things mentioned that the neighborhood, that these neighbors love so much about it, is one of the things that I respect as well. And I want to just reiterate that my plan is to continue. We don't know how council vote will go, but my plan is to continue. No matter what, I'm a property owner of, within the American Addition. So my plan is to continue to work with the community. There was a statement made about parking. I'd just like to refer back to the drawings here that we do have 2 spots for each unit and still green space with allotting for 2 spots for each unit. And then finally, I would just like to say is that respectfully, I am making a private investment into the American Addition. I don't want the neighborhood to feel as though, some of the speakers said that I'm just here and out. I am making a capital investment, private capital investment in the American Addition, and I plan to be there to work with the community. So that's all.
Thank you, Mr. Pearson. Mr. Pearson, Councilmember Faber has a question for you.
Thank you for being willing to have ongoing conversation with the residents, because I think that's very important to establishing goodwill and hopefully some level of trust in the future.
Absolutely.
But with that being said, it's been mentioned a couple times tonight that you've received some city dollars. Is that correct?
We don't, at this point in time, every parcel that I own in American Addition I bought with my own money. At this point in time, we do not have any allocation from city dollars, whether it be the housing trust. So and I'm not saying we won't make application for that as well, but there are several routes here for funding, and it may or may not be any city subsidy involved or county.
So you are putting in an application for support from the Affordable Housing Trust, but you have not received those dollars?
We have not put in an application yet.
You have not even done that?
No, we have not.
And then anything else, low-income housing tax credit, any of the things we've talked about here tonight, you have not done that?
No, but one thing I would like to say, and it's important to mention here, just as the American Addition, when it was created to facilitate home ownership. Mm-hmm. And there were subsidies in place through Homeport, through the city, that allow home ownership to place. It is not just where tenants come in. There are so many. One of the things Franklin County does a great job is supporting tenants that are in that affordable space. And it's not just Section 8. It's not just CMHA. I could go through the litany of programs from mothers that are pregnant, with single mothers with children. There are just an abundance of programs that can fill that gap to help a tenant in need get into an affordable housing space. And, that's just one of the things that we've prided ourselves, being a partner with displaced tenants. I mean, we've all heard the news. There have been large complexes. I've been a preferred landlord of those relocation experts. They seek me out, not only to speak to the tenants. I'm literally immersed in this affordable space. And we could go all night talking about affordable housing, but I just want everyone to know it's not where you just slap a 2,000 or 8, the numbers that are mentioned for rent, and there's no regard to the affordability aspect and what folks are actually making.
Absolutely. And affordable is relative. What is affordable to you may not be affordable to me, correct? And we could say the same thing about the members of, or the residents of American Addition. We're not going to paint them as individuals who are only severely low income or on Section 8 or anything like that. Affordability is relative. But with that being said, there's been some mention made to the cost or what the rent might be for whoever is going to reside in those units. And given the fact that you have not secured any other subsidies, that would make sense that the rent is going to be a certain number.
No.
Help me understand that then.
Because you have areas within the city that we would deem as naturally affordable, naturally occurring. And American Addition, although there's a lot of, I love what you just said. I don't want to paint it into a corner. So I'm always, I pause with my words. But having said that, there's a very, delicate balance where everything doesn't have to necessarily be affordable. There's a lot of ways you can attain that.
Okay, but you are looking for alternatives, other funding,
Absolutely.
other funding sources that would help bring the cost of the project down, which could be conveyed to the tenant as the end user.
Which 100% is conveyed to the tenant.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any other questions from council members this time? Thank you, Mr. Pearson. So as I mentioned at the outset, we tabled this legislation early in the summer based upon what we heard on the floor in order for there to be additional community engagement between the applicant, the Area Commission, and neighbors. I believe that has all happened in good faith. I would like to, again, thank the folks that engaged in that. One thing to note is that I said a few moments ago, this is the variance portion of our agenda. And when we're dealing with variances, there's a legal standard that exists within our code about whether or not an applicant has met a hardship and whether or not under the code they can be granted that hardship. We can have lots of discussions around affordable housing. We can have lots of discussions about folks, what they want to see in their neighborhoods. And those are good discussions that we have every single week here at Columbus City Council and should continue. But ultimately, when we talk about a variance application, what is before us is whether or not someone has met that legal standard for a hardship. And in this instance, the information that's been submitted through the staff report to us that we'll accept into evidence here in a few moments, I believe has been met. I said that when we were here in July, that I was in support of this moving forward, and at this point would ask my colleagues to join me in that. There's many things that we can do to help support folks within neighborhoods that are changing, neighborhoods that are developing, neighborhoods that need continued investment. But as the city changes, neighborhoods are going to change too. And we as a council stand ready to support our neighbors as those things happen. So first, I would move to accept the staff report into evidence as an exhibit.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Day, Coward, Dorans, Favor, Green, Remy White, President Harden.
Accept it.
Next, move to adopt the findings of staff, the findings of council.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Day, Coward, Dorans, Favor, Green, Remy White, President Harden.
Adopt it.
And finally, move for passage.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Day, Coward, Dorans, Favor, Green, Remy White, President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. Next, we have ordinance 1698-2024 to grant a variance from provisions of section 3332.037 R2F Residential District 3312.49 required parking, 332.05 A4 Area District Lot Width Requirements, 3332.14 R2F Area District Requirements, and 3332.26 F minimum side yard permitted Columbus City Codes to the property located at 236 Avondale Avenue to allow a 3-unit dwelling produce development standards in the R2F Residential District. The site consists of an undeveloped parcel in the R2F Residential District, and the requested council variance will allow the site to be developed with a 3-unit dwelling. A council variance is required because the R2F does not allow dwellings with more than 2 units in one building. Variances to lot size, width, side yard, required parking are also included within this request. This application has approval from city staff, but a disapproval from the Franklinton Area Commission. Due to the disapproval from the Area Commission, we'll now hear a presentation or staff presentation before we hear from the applicant and public speakers. First, we'll start with representatives of the Department of Building and Zoning Services, Mr. Tim Dietrich. Mr. Dietrich, the floor is yours.
The requested council variance will allow the site to be developed with a 3-unit dwelling. Variances to lot size, lot width, side yards, and required parking are included in this request. The site is located within the planning boundaries of the West Franklinton Plan, which recommends medium-high density mixed residential uses at this location. Additionally, the plan includes complete adoption of C2P2 design guidelines. Staff supports the requested use and design standards as they are consistent with the plan's land use recommendation and therefore recommend approval.
Any questions for the department at this time? Seeing none, we will move on to Mr. Dan Bleshmet. Mr. Bleshmet, the floor is yours.
President Harden, Chair Dorans, members of council, the Department of Public Service does not have any specific concerns with this application. The variance requested to reduce the number of required parking spaces is consistent with other similar projects that have been approved in the past. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bleshmet. And finally, we'll hear from Mr. Christopher Lohr.
Thank you, President Harden, Chair Dorans, and members of council. Planning supports this proposal as presented. The West Franklinton Plan recommends medium to high density residential at this location. Although the proposal has a higher density than that recommended by the plan, planning can support the use of this site due to the consistency of architecture and site design with both the plan and Columbus Citywide Planning Policies design guidelines. Both the plan and C2P2 state that infill development should be compatible with existing structures in terms of height, width, setbacks, and lot coverage, and should address the street and have connectivity to the public sidewalk. As the proposal is compatible with the plan and C2P2 design guidelines, planning supports the design, and C2P2 and the plan also note that parking reductions can be supported based on the availability of on-street parking and proximity to transit. Therefore, staff is in full support of the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lohr. First, we'll hear from the applicants, Mr. Rob Ellis, and any folks from his team. And gentlemen, since again this is a variance, I'm going to have to swear you in before you give testimony, just as a reminder. So I'll wait for everyone to be up here. If y'all could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, nothing but the truth, as you shall answer under pains of penalty of perjury? If so, please say I do.
I do.
Thank you. Please let the record reflect that Mr. Rob Ellis, Paul Cavicchio, and Oliver Chapman have been sworn in. Floor is yours.
I appreciate it. So this is actually, we have 4 of these going. This is like an infill version of a 3-story walk-up, which is about 60% of the 400,000 apartments built in the United States per year. This particular one, we've worked with multiple areas of the neighborhood groups to modify the plans to reflect some of the neighborhood character based on single-family home deliveries. And actually, we already have approval of one of the applications on Near East Area Commission on Greenway Avenue, which was passed in June. These 2 particular proposals, unfortunately, were proposed. This particular one was proposed secondary, and again, like we said, the capital markets were from Austin, Texas, which is a strong capital market. These particular investors ended up kind of waiting to see if this gets approval to see if they'll buy it, but they fell out of contract. So we've been trying to get this on the agenda since probably June or July. We're very thankful to have this presented. In my opinion, this is a residential application, 1 to 3 family. It's kind of in the same intensity of a carriage house or a duplex. This is kind of our standard that we're going to keep doing over and over. With the building plans, Paul's been working a little bit closely with the building department. We have our final modification of that first one that got approved in June, so we're thankful of that. And we've been working very close with the building staff, mostly on egress requirements and just make sure it fits. So overall, I think a lot of the commentary from the public was just related to color, which this is a non-historic commission, the types of siding, the styles of the roof, which are all building components that aren't really a part of zoning applications. We listened to the majority of them. And this particular one, again, Franklinton has a little bit of a precedent. We had people saying that people are going to shoot drugs here and all sorts of trash collections, but at the end of the day, this is an infill lot. Instead of building a single-family home here, we're trying to deliver 3 housing units. The cost to construct this is approximately $390,000, and so we're able to. We built this as a single-family home out in Newark, and it's in contract for $200,000. We're able to drop the cost of that housing unit to around $130,000 a housing unit. We've had really good feedback from private groups and public entities that, like where the tornado was up at Indian Lake, and some other groups that look at this as a solution to housing, especially like a moderate, impact. We have a group looking at 36 of these for Logan County, Indian Lake, all sorts. So I believe this is just something that we've put together to continue to build and deliver basically compatible 3-story walk-up that reflects kind of the neighborhood characteristics with a front door and some of those characteristics. Black tends to sell, about $100,000 more than any other color, so we propose that typically just on our renderings, but this, the color is the choice of the investors. So overall, I think that's just a little bit about what we did with this, and we're excited to continue to start to delivering these to the market. We're going to start our first one this month. So.
Thank you, Mr. Ellis. Questions from council members? So, Mr. Ellis, a few questions. When you purchased this property, were you aware of the zoning restrictions that were on it?
Yeah.
Okay. And why a triplex, not a duplex, which the current zoning would allow?
There's still parking variances, even for an R3 and R4. There's still parking requirements. Even side yards for the height of this particular one, 9-foot floor ceiling assemblies. Or to get 9 feet with an 18-inch floor ceiling assembly, we have to go. So we've worked really, really closely to do that. So this particular one, this is just the process that we do. We also, Franklinton, I've got 6 years of housing data. There's only about 5 or 6 houses built and sold a year there. And it started with the affordable housing development about 5 years ago. There was like 0 deliveries all the way up until 2012. And then once publicly funded projects started to go in, you started private developers come in. So in our opinion, it's important that this be delivered in more than just one area commission or one neighborhood.
So again, this is more about sort of the product you're trying to deliver versus not being able to do something else that would be allowed within that current zoning district.
Yeah, we're just buying the ugliest lots. We're buying lots that the zoning codes, even if this was a triplex, it would divert back to a single family. We'd have to rezone it, But with all the variances and side yards and even parking, it'd be hard to put 4 parking spaces here. So we stack it. We try to keep the footprint as small as possible. Our lot coverages are really small. They're pretty compliant. And our overall variances requested per application are typically 5 or 6. It's not, when we started this process, it was 12 or 8 or 9. We've been able to start properly setting them back. We've been able to start working with, a lot of these groups to reduce the number of variances and try to come up with something that's really just a very minimal impact on the blend. Every single one of these streets had at least 10 multifamilies built on it, some as high as 12 units on every single one of these. We kind of bring that up during our rezoning process.
Yeah, and again, when we're talking about specifically requiring the hardship in order to have the use variance here, I know we have the information that you had submitted, which we'll have in evidence, what you have here, but is there anything specific to, again, like this parcel in particular that the hardship stands out that requires this use variance to get to the 3 units rather than 2 or 1?
I think a lot of it also comes down to just economic viability. A lot of it's the greater the gap in equity you can create, like it's more reflective of it. It's more about impact. We're trying to deliver affordability. I could have put 4 studios or 5 studios or 6 studios on here in the same footprint at 400 square feet, micro units like we just did, but this is a very compact rental that matches. It's able to be built, and by doing flats, it's a very wide open floor plan. So in our opinion, it's just the old duplexes that are split down the middle are pretty poorly designed, and people don't really live in 12-foot wide structures anymore, So with like side yards and all the other things, it's just, this is kind of like a product that, in general, I think we receive pretty positive support from in general.
So again, and don't want to put words in your mouth, but it's more, this is sort of the business model versus like this particular site requires this kind of plan. Is that fair?
Yeah, I don't know, maybe I'm just missing it, but yeah, I think when we looked at this lot, we looked at it as Avondale's a great street. There's been some great comparable sales from like a market data perspective. It's a strong market. You know, the highest single-family home this year sold in West Franklinton. There's not really any part of Franklinton that's better or worse. Just housing in general tends to do pretty well. So.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments from council members? Great. Seeing none, I would invite Area Commissioner Skidmore.
Oh, I think.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Are they able to speak?
Paul?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that we work tirelessly with the building department on making sure that this is safe. We're on revision 6. I'm down there every single week. You know, yeah, with the fire assemblies. And going back to, I think what your question is that, you know, to build a single-family home, we could have done that and spoke to nobody other than the building department. And those homes that we are building right now are not affordable. I mean, they could be, but I mean, they're $400,000, and that's just one house. We're trying to take that one lot and get 3 homes out of that, right? 3 places that you can live for almost the same cost or a little bit more than what you would build that one single-family home. This is just supposed to be a repeatable process. That's something that's affordable. It's not 4 units because then you need more fire suppression, which doesn't make it affordable for us to build. But when it comes down to the difference between 3 and 1, you know, this is in the same ballpark, but we get to provide 3 places for families to lay their heads.
Thank you. Great. Thank you.
One thing I'll add, I think, Mr. Duran, to address that is the more units you can put, so 3 units versus 2. If we're talking 2 units, the cost, you have to be a win-win, developer and for the tenants who are going to live there to keep rents affordable. So if you only build 2 units, you're going to have to, again, in order for the cost to build, you're going to have to increase rents. If you could put 3 units there, you can maximize profits for the developer, or not the developer, but the landlord, but you can also keep the rents more stable because you have 3 units on a smaller footprint. So that footprint, because market rents on a smaller footprint, you can't ask for the higher rents. And so we do reduce the rents and make it more affordable, and that's a win-win. So. And there could be owner-occupied. So you could also buy owner-occupied, lease it to 2 people as well. Yeah, and so as house hacking, as you know, goes, that actually makes a really affordable way to house hack, too.
Okay, thank you. I'll call up Commissioner Skidmore. Oh, I'm sorry. I got to swear you in. Thank you. I appreciate it. Sometimes I even forget where we are on the agenda at almost 9 o'clock. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, nothing but the truth, that you shall answer to pains of penalty of perjury? If so, please say I do.
I do.
Commissioner, the floor is yours.
Sure. Thanks again for letting me address this issue. So the Franklinton Area Commission opposed this. I think partly, I won't reiterate our concerns about the developer, but there was, in general, I think a feeling that our concerns were not particularly of a concern to him. And he basically told us that if the precedent, in his opinion, is that if staff approves it, that the approval of the Franklin Area Commissioner vote was not important to him or to being passed here. In regards to some of your questions, I would guess that you're making reference to the Duncan factors. In regards to, I think there was significant issues raised in regards to the essential character of the neighborhood in regards to the architectural design. We have started to have some of the new designs of this more modern, instead of this kind of standard gable roof that's in our neighborhood. It was also in regards to the triplex, the 3-story that is taller than any of the homes in that neighborhood, in that part of the neighborhood. And in regards to the adjoining properties and substantial detriment, there was significant questions raised in regards to parking. And we have to, as you do as well, need to balance those against the need for housing. But again, having that be a factor here in regards to a developer who does attend the meetings, but is not, at least in regards to the Franklin Area Commission, I can't speak to his experience with other commissions and or committees, not particularly amenable to discussing the plans and making changes. And to the final factor in regards to your point, and as was raised in this situation, the property owner purchased the property with the knowledge of the zoning, and similar to this conversation, brought up issues that were mostly about his investment return and not about whether it was in keeping with the character of the neighborhood or the concerns of neighborhood, and just getting more return on his dollar and his investment of something that he purchased. And it still remains, as was raised earlier, what exactly the plans are for this to actually get developed, or if it's just simply a resale with new zoning. Some of those concerns are certainly part of our concerns in regards to knowing what's coming to our neighborhood in the future. So,
yeah. Thank you, Commissioner. Any questions or comments from Councilmember Green?
I have a question for you, Eric. I attended every Franklinton Area Commission meeting for like 4 years. Traditionally, I have seen that commission be very open to new ideas and engage with people from like a standpoint of, wanting to get to yes, right? Would you have been willing to do that if there would have been kind of a reciprocal willingness?
yes. We have historically, to your point, shown an interest in coming up with creative ideas. We support affordable housing. We support the idea of whether it be carriage houses, whether it be in regards to replatting some for duplexes rather than single-family homes. We've we are actually supported reductions, sometimes more than the developers even asked for in regards to parking reductions. We're willing to have those conversations. That just wasn't what took place here.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other questions or comments for Commissioner Skidmore? Thank you. We do have one speaker assigned to speak on this variance request, Mr. Robert Odorstik, and I apologize if trying to sign. I'm on a roll tonight, so thank you very much for recognizing that. I'm going to swear you in real quick. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, nothing but the truth, that you shall answer in obedience to penalty of perjury? If so, please say I do.
I do.
Floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. City Council members, my name is Robert Orsick. I live at 233 Hawks with my significant other, Kelly Murphy, basically behind Shadow of the Alleyway with this lot that they're discussing. We are against the building of the triplex at the lot on 236 Avondale. Our understanding from previous meetings, the council and everything, the soon-to-be owner is an outside investor that has met the builder in Miami. He recently just said it was Texas, I believe. Out-of-town owners is one of our biggest concerns we have. The rented house next to the lot at 244 Avondale was rated earlier by CPD this year. It is owned by an out-of-town investor. For months it stayed with broken windows and, eventually drug use was done in that home and the countertop was stolen merely because it was out-of-town investors and we had nobody to get a hold of. And our fear is that this same thing will happen with this property. Fear that approval will bring more properties like it and ultimately ruin the neighborhood. We believe that these streets of Franklinton were designed for more single dwelling and duplex homes and hope that the minimum that anything that is approved matches the history of the neighborhood, which I don't believe this does. Our home's over 100 years old and a lot of houses in that in that neighborhood are around the same age. It's part of the charm, if you ask me. I know you can't make 100-year just make 100-year-old houses, but you can still keep that style to this neighborhood. Franklinton has still has a major dumping issue. People just dump things behind our properties all the time. If you don't have someone in town to report or clean these dumps, they just continue to grow. This is currently what is happening at this lot. Someone mows the property, but nobody addresses the trash. They just keep mowing around it and because that's all they're paid to do, and nobody cares the trash is going. We as the homeowners in the neighborhood are stuck with this burden. This continues to keep happening, and if we don't have homeowners that care, and we don't feel like, homeowners that care, we don't feel like these out-of-town owners care about the success of Columbus and specifically Franklinton. Franklinton has a unique opportunity to be a downtown touching part of the city that has room to expand. Makes sense that Broadtown, Sullivan now have the ability for builders to build multi-dwelling units along these roads. I think it's a great idea. It'll help Franklinton throughout. These are where the dwellings should be. City Council, I ask that you don't look back at this part of town in 10 years and regret the expansion that took place in Franklinton and the removal of the history if we allow this kind of stuff to happen. I thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from council members at this time? Councilmember Weich.
Not a question, just a comment. We all care about trash that is left on the street, so please don't hesitate to reach out to us. We can kind of work with the departments to kind of do something.
Awesome. We have a horrible problem there. We
Reach
really
out.
do.
I'll give you my card.
Thank you.
Okay.
So again, our standard policy is to allow the applicant to respond to any public comment at this time, if they so choose. Mr. Ellis?
I've been a licensed demolition contractor in Columbus for about 6 years. I've probably torn down 5 or 6 houses in Franklinton, the old 100-year-old houses that are causing a lot of the blight, including some of the ones in West Franklinton. They become vacant lots. They end up being blighted, getting dumped on. This particular one, the problem identified of dumping would be eliminated by improving the property. A lot of the individual for this individual triplex, the Franklinton Area Commission, we actually, on their standard recommendation form, did not send one piece of commentary back, and we requested for them to, and they said that they didn't have to. It wasn't their job. So in this particular case, it actually was the opposite of what Mr. Skidmore addressed. There was no commentary and no back and forth. We've kept them involved. We continue to email them throughout the process. Whenever there are amendments or changes to a proposal, we always modify it and send it back to them. We attend all of their meetings. We've met with them. We listened to the commentary that was driven by them. But at some point, like what Mr. Chapman said, even a duplex, it's a lot of the targeted people that would pay for these. Pay $600,000 or $500,000. They're high income earners that want to offset a lot of their. So whether it's owned by a local investor, these are just the constructing entities, and whether they're capped or sold, it's still a beneficial impact. My brother lived in Franklinton on Avondale, and he spent $2,700 a month and just sold it. He had a tenant that ran a daycare out of it because it had so many bedrooms. He was threatened by all the neighbors. It's $2,700 is for people that make incomes around $100,000. These particular rents that we're targeting are substantially less than that, which is the sentiment of, in general, delivering housing that's in a more affordable range. So overall, our goal is a consistent plan that's been modified to fit. We're open to feedback as well with the commissions. None was offered in this particular scenario. And again, like the zoning chair, at the request of me, never provided that. So I think in general, the openness and willingness of the Franklinton Area Commission has a track record not to actually do that, which you can see in some of our proposals. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ellis. I do want to remind the clerk that Councilmember Bankston has returned, but because he's not been present for the presentation of the evidence, he cannot vote on this ordinance. Thank you. As I mentioned earlier, when we go into the council variances portion of the agenda, we are dealing with the legal standard that exists currently in City Code about whether or not a hardship has been established. So our use variance code goes to 3307.01B, which requires the applicant to establish a hardship or difficulty which warrants the variance that's being requested for the use. Again, with every standard application that comes through, the applicant provides that through the staff report, which we accept into evidence. We are allowed to accept additional evidence here tonight through testimony. Based on that evidence that has been submitted by the applicant and what's been shared tonight, I do not believe that that standard has been met. So therefore, I will first move to accept the staff report into evidence as an exhibit.
Day, Alcauer, Dorans, Favor, Green, Remy, Weich, present Harden.
Accept it.
I next move to adopt the findings of staff, the findings of council, with the exception of the staff conclusion/approval.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Day, Alcauer, Dorans, Favor, Green, Remy, Weich, President Harden.
Adopt it.
Again, based on my review of the documents supporting this application that have been submitted to all members of council, the recommendations, conclusions of law as the chair of the zoning committee. No evidence presented before this zoning committee tonight has altered those conclusions of law, in my opinion. Therefore, I move to adopt the zoning committee's chair recommendation as conclusions of law.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Day, Alcower, Dorans, Favor, Green, Remy White, President Harden.
Adopted.
I now move for passage of the use variance by voice.
Clerk, please call the roll by voice.
Ms. Day, Alcower. No. Mr. Dorans.
No.
Ms. Favor. Ms. Green.
No.
Mr. Remy. Mr. White, President Harden.
No. Denied.
Thank you. I now make a motion to dismiss the remaining area variances due to the fact that the use variance motion failed and council no longer has the authority to approve the remaining council variances contained in this ordinance according to Columbus City Code Chapter 33007.01 by voice.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes.
Ms. Day, Alcower. Yes. Mr. Dorans.
Yes.
Ms. Favor. Ms. Green. Mr. Remy. Mr. White. President Harden.
Yes, moved.
Thank you. Next, we have ordinance number 1731-2024, granting variance and provisions of section 3332.037 R2 residential district, 3312.49C required parking, 332.05 A4 area district lot width requirements, 3332.14 R2 area district requirements, 3332.21 building lines, 3332.25 maximum side yard required, and 3332.26 minimum side yard of the Columbus City Codes for the property located at 295 North 21st Street to allow a 3-unit dwelling produce development standards in the R2 residential district. The site consists of a 1 undeveloped parcel in the R2 residential district. The request council variance will allow a 3-unit dwelling. A variance is required because the R2F district does not allow a 3-unit dwelling. Variance is to lot width, lot area, building lines, side yards, and parking reduced from 6 required to 4 parking spaces are also included in this request. This application has approval from city staff, but a disapproval from the Near East Area Commission. Due to the disapproval from the Area Commission, we'll now hear a staff presentation before we hear from the applicant and public speakers signed up to speak on the ordinance. First speaker to come forward at the council is Mr. Tim Dietrich for the Department of Building and Zoning Services.
The site consists of 1 undeveloped parcel in the R2F residential district. Variances to lot width, lot area, building lines, side yards, and a parking reduction from 6 to 4 spaces are included with this request to allow for a 3-unit dwelling. The site is within the planning boundaries of the Near East Area Plan, which does not include a specific land use recommendation for this site. However, it does state that residential development should be consistent with housing types and densities of adjacent residential uses. Staff supports the requested variances as the proposal is compatible with surrounding housing types and densities, does not represent the introduction of an incompatible use, and provides more housing as prioritized by citywide initiatives, and therefore we recommend approval.
Thank you, Mr. Dietrich. Any questions from my colleagues for Building and Zoning Services at this time? Seeing none, we'll move on to Mr. Dan Bleschmidt from Traffic Management.
President Harden, Chair Dorans, members of council. The applicant had addressed the previous concerns from the Department of Public Service, and the parking variance requested to reduce the number of required parking spaces is supportable. So in regards to this application, the Department of Public Service has no further comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bleschmidt. Any questions for Traffic Management? Seeing none, we'll hear from Mr. Christopher Lohr from Division of Planning.
Thank you, President Harden, Chair Dorans, members of council. Planning supports the proposal as presented. The Near East Area Plan does not include a land use recommendation at this location, but the plan recommends that existing homes be used to determine the appropriate height, massing, scale, materials, porches, roof pitch, setbacks, and window and door proportions for new construction. The applicant provided revised materials that address staff's initial comments, and planning is supportive. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lohr. Any questions from council colleagues for the Division of Planning? Seeing none, I will invite the applicant forward, Mr. Rob Ellis and his team.
So pretty similar application. I guess speaking a little bit more about the zoning uses. So R2F wouldn't allow for this to be constructed. The hardship would be particularly the R3 use, or the use of a triplex. By granting the variance, it would allow for the construction of this particular variance. This is a precedent to be approved in Near East Area Commission, or we already have approval on on another one that was modified on Greenway Avenue. This particular lot is a corner lot. It's a little bit tougher to fit it. It's a pie-shaped lot, which makes it a little bit tricky, but it's actually the side yards are a little bit bigger, and we're able to deliver a little bit more parking because of the layouts. So overall, there's an existing parking lot on it, maybe 2 or 3 spaces. We're going to expand that to 4 and put this. We put the house, we put similar with the setbacks. These particular lots are a little bit more short, so it was a little bit trickier to fit this on here, but we try to deliver a maximum number of parking spaces possible and reduce the impacted parking lot. So overall, we are, I think it's pretty repetitive, but that's just a little bit of the housing. Maybe you were at some of the meetings that were attended, so.
Yeah, I think it had a lot of support. Initially with NEAC, there was some design, things that they wanted to change, such as color. I did meet with Mr. Willis Brown. I did take him up and meeting him at his home. We had a great conversation about it. He was actually really in love with the design. He thought that, again, I think his voice does matter in the neighborhood. He's been there a long time. I enjoyed the history of, teaching me about Bronzeville. And I think it was just, to him, it really came down to color. He said he would have his support other than color. So anyways, I think, and also the thing about the design is it does look like a single family home from street view. There is just one door in the front. We conceal 2 other units in the back. So I just think from a neighborhood standpoint, you would never know this is a triplex walking down the street.
Questions, council members? Mr. Ellis, again, when you purchased this lot, were you aware of the zoning restrictions that were on it?
Not this particular one, no. This was the first one that we had.
So you purchased the property and didn't take...
It hasn't been purchased. It's still under contract.
Okay, so during that contract process, did you undertake any activities to make yourself aware of what you were allowed to build in this lot and what you weren't allowed to build in this lot?
That's the purpose of the statement of hardship. So we're asking for a triplex instead of a R2F. So.
Okay. And are you saying that you were aware or you were unaware of the restrictions on the lot at the time you went into contract?
I was, at the point when we went into contract, I was unaware of the overall zoning.
Okay.
Yep.
And you mentioned that this is an unusual lot, so it stands to reason that doing more on that lot may be more difficult to do, which would, again, create practical difficulties here. So again, same question, why a triplex, why not a duplex, which would be allowed in the current zoning?
Our application was for a triplex. This particular one, we added additional parking as well. The shape, the size and shape of infill lots are unpredictable, so the impact and lot coverages we don't have variances for any of those. So actually the design itself, it takes that into account to reduce the number of variances and impact in general. This is a BIRA. It's under the height it's within the height allowances. It's designed to the development standards and try to reduce the number of variances.
Sure, but we're talking about going from a 2-unit to a 3-unit. When you talk about the difficulties of the lot, I mean, that going to the question sort of before us from a use standpoint is whether or not the variance should allow you to go from 2 to 3.
Yeah, and the impact, there's been higher precedents established by the Taylor Ave development with the higher densities already. So this density is about, 40 to 50 dwelling units an acre. There's 60 to 70 that was approved by NEAC and by this development commission already. So I think the precedent exists already for basically what you're asking is impact or density. So lot coverage, density measured by lot coverage, and this is still within guidelines and of what's been approved already. So.
Okay, so when you're talking about the hardship that should be justified to go from a 2 to a 3, your argument is essentially that because other folks have done this, that this should be allowed here. Is that what I'm hearing?
No, this particular investor wants to build this particular project right here.
Okay.
I was just trying to compare it to other intensities. You were asking about 2 to 3 units in smaller lots, but the way that measure of density per lot area, a metric that's used, I was just saying that whether or not there was a 2 or 3 family, we measure this in terms that was just to quantify the impact that you're bringing up.
Sure. So essentially, and again, feel free to tell me if I'm getting this wrong. You mentioned that the investor was, this is the product that they want on that parcel. So ultimately, this was the sort of investor's decision. This is the product that they want here.
When we put the property under contract, and this was the first one that we designed, just between a duplex or a triplex, this this is this is the first one that we came up with. So this one was opposed in general initially because of and we modified a lot of things to come up with a design that would get approval. I think in general, the general sentiments were that by the public is they want to see a single family home here, or just in general single family homes. But we've talked to staff and worked closely to clear some of the conditions across the board to come up with something that would be approved by staff, and we're hopeful to receive the same approvals here. So.
Thank you, Mr. Ellis. Any questions from my colleagues at this time?
Did you want to say?
Thank you. Next speaker to come for council on this legislation is Air Commissioner Kate Curry D'Souza. Commissioner, welcome back to council. And just a reminder, you spoke earlier on a rezoning, so I will have to swear you in when you're up at the podium. Commissioner, raise your right hand and be sworn in. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you have to give shall be the truth, nothing but the truth, as usually answered under pain and penalty of perjury? If so, please say I do.
I do.
The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening. The Near East Area Commission is committed to a win-win-win. We are committed to, you may have heard about a win-win for developers and future tenants, but we're also committed to a win for the community. This doesn't represent that. I think it's been rare, as equitable as we have really aimed to be through NEAC in the past few years since I've become chair, to have been told so many different times about how to do my job as chair. But I'm here for it because I love learning new things. But with that being said, this project failed at every turn. It failed at planning. It failed at zoning. In fact, the only thing it actually passed at was to table it because the applicant came with the wrong information. Because they had been asked to make some changes, which they had, I guess, agreed to, but when it came down to the site visit, they weren't prepared with the documents. And so because site visits are so vital to our community members being engaged in a project, and that's why we send out postcards, and that's why we appreciate that there's been signage for projects, because it helps with the communication. When they didn't have the paperwork at that meeting, we did have to vote to table it. So it did get a passing vote once. But through all the other aspects of our time with this applicant, it didn't pass. And part of that is because the lot is abnormal. This is welcome to the Near East Side and lots of historic areas in Columbus. Looking at the Sanborn maps, this is an area that previously had a single-family home, but duplexes are very common on the street, and neighbors were adamant that they would have been satisfied with that, which would have been fine within the zoning. But the applicant has told us repeatedly that he is looking for a repeatable design that he will be able to use over and over again. Some of the correspondence that we have gotten around these kinds of designs from the applicant is the expectation that we would then skip planning and zoning and site visit meetings because this is the same application, quote unquote, and the same design that's been used for previous applications. The commission, again, with the trifecta of win-win-win, means that every project is looked at differently because every project is in a different location with a different set of neighbors in a different neighborhood, and they're all different. So we really have to consider them all differently. This particular one, although it's the same design as was seen in a Greenway project, which did pass because the Woodland Park residents in general were for that. That was a rectangular lot. It was a little bit larger. It was able to handle, the neighborhood felt like it was able to handle that project better there. This in Bronzeville just is too small for the site. We recognize the need for housing. NEAC is pro-housing, but not at the cost of the people who are already living in the neighborhood and the neighbors that are coming for the next 50 to 100 years who will be living around this development. So thank you very much for letting me speak to this.
Thank you, Chair. Question from council members for Chair Curry D'Souza. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
We do have 3 speakers to sign up to speak against this ordinance. And again, I've got a great run of getting folks' names here right tonight, so that's about to end, I'm sure. First we have Pastor Gertrude Komani. Pastor, welcome to council. And just as a reminder, all our public speakers, I'll have to swear you in at the podium. And again, if I did mispronounce your name, please correct it, and I apologize. Pastor, if you wouldn't mind raising your right hand. Do you swear from the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, nothing but the truth, as you shall answer under pains and penalty of perjury? If so, please say I do.
I do.
The floor is yours, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair and council members. My name is Gertrude Komani, Reverend Gertrude Komani, the pastor of Mount Vernon Avenue AME Church, and the church is located on the corner of Mount Vernon Avenue and 21st Avenue. I am the chairperson of the trustee board of the said church. The church is not opposed to any development, but this particular proposed one, we are having questions. We have limited information about the construction plans. We want to ensure that our parishioners will not be adversely affected, particularly in terms of accessing our parking lot through the alley located between our property and the proposed building. We respectfully request more detailed information to safeguard the interests of our congregation and also to have a more robust stakeholder engagement so as to make sure that everyone wins. We do see with a naked eye the complexities within this project, as also stated by the applicant, that it is tricky. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions from council members? Great. Thank you, Reverend. I appreciate you being here. Next speaker come before council is Mr. Chris McMorrin. Welcome, council, sir. Wouldn't mind raising your right hand and being sworn in. Do you swear from the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, nothing but the truth, as you shall answer under pains and penalty of perjury? If so, please say I do.
I do.
Floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. In 2010, I moved into this area as part of, a community development program, Homeport. I am a homeowner in this area because of community programs that help people buy homes. Since I moved into that area, I've seen a lot of development, a lot of great development. And of course, we've got challenges in that area. We've got crime in that area. And this is the first project that I took notice of because in the 14 years that I'd lived there, I always drove by this spot and literally thought it was 4 parking spaces for the duplex or the rental next to it. There's already 4 places there. Mr. Ellis is talking about putting 4 places there, but there are 4 there. The first photo that you showed, I wish you'd keep it up a little bit because this is literally a mound with a tree, folks. A mound of land with a tree and 4 parking spaces. So when this first meeting came up, I literally walked by it. I didn't even know that it could be that. One more back, keep going back. Right there. That's the proposed area, where that tree is. Folks, a triplex. And honestly, when I walked by it, when I realized what was going on, I went back over there. We had a conversation. Mr. Oliver Chapman was there. And when we talked to him, myself and one of the other neighbors that was in attendance, we said, we feel like this is a lot. The density here is going to be pretty maximized. Why so dense? And the answer was to maximize profits. There wasn't dressed up in anything else, to maximize profits. And I think hearing some of the other citizens that have spoke on some of the other projects, it looks like it's the similar thing here. How could Mr. Ellis be engaged in the needs of the community and the needs of that area? And respectfully, it's not possible for him to. As he said himself, he's doing this over and over and over again. These are the same plans being submitted over and over and over again. He went from 12 variances to 6. Well, clearly he's just trying to push these things through to maximize his profit. There's no interest in our community. we're dealing with a lot of crime. We don't want to have an issue where it's just overcrowded in that area. And, you know, myself and we were thankful that they had to delay the meeting because that allowed us to engage with more of my neighbors. And although there's only a few of us speaking, out of those listed, there's 6 of us that are against this project because we just feel that it's going to create an overcrowding in an area, and it's too small. If you look at the variances, from most notably a 6,000 lot down to less than 3,000. We're talking about 3 units that I believe are 650 square feet, 2-bedroom. That is small. That to me, this should be a no-brainer in my mind. And again, we are open to development. I've seen development. I've seen so many homes get put up since I moved in. We want something to be developed there. It's good for us. But a triplex just seems absurd. And for a lot of us, you know, our homes are our nest egg. And we want to protect that. We want to protect our community. And we want to see it develop, but under the right circumstances. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from council members? Seeing none, we do have one final public speaker on this ordinance, Mr. Stephen Hamilton. Mr. Hamilton, welcome to council. Sorry. Do you swear from the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, nothing but the truth, that you shall answer and pass the penalty of perjury? If so, please say I do.
I do.
Floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Stephen Hamilton. I actually lived a couple doors down from this project, and I appreciate you guys giving me the time to speaking to you right now for this project. One of the core reasons the variances should be denied for the overwhelming consensus from our community leaders who have voiced their concerns and clearly, firmly, the density. Putting these 3 units there, you know, on top of each other, triplex does not fit our neighborhood by any means. The people who have lived and invested in this area and their voices have shown that we're trying to continue to build a community together and have togetherness and be able to have that safety while we're all together. Excuse me. The proposed variances would allow a 3-unit dwelling in an R-2F residential district, an area primarily zoned for single or 2-family homes. Putting a 3-unit property would not only increase the density, but coming around, as you saw when he showed the example, that the alleyway where that tree stump sat, like my husband and I, we park in that back way. Coming around that bend, we won't be able to see. If people are at the church, like them getting in and out and then us coming around, there's no parking. You know, those 4 units, he's saying that they will put, those 3 units, so they'll put 4 parking spaces. There's no green space. You're putting on frontage closer to the front street, and now it's overcrowding our street even more, that we have nowhere for most of us to be able to park. Because right now, most of us only have 1 car that can fit into our garage. Furthermore, the variances request reduction to the lot width, building lines, and side yard requirements. These reductions may seem minor in isolation, but together they would dramatically alter the spacing and layout of properties in the neighborhood. This neighborhood was designed with specific spacing standards for a reason, to maintain a sense of openness, privacy, and safety. Reducing the side yards and a lot width could lead to overcrowding and create a cramped feeling inconsistent with the surrounding area's character. Such changes would diminish the appeal of the community and could have a negative impact on property values. In conclusion, I urge the council to listen to the voices of our community leaders and the residents to deny these variances. The zoning law and development standards are the protective of neighborhood's integrity and ensure remain safe, comfortable, and desirable place to live. Approving these variances would compromise the qualities that make our neighborhood unique, increase density beyond what we can support, and create long-term challenges for the community. Let's respect the community and wishes and maintain the standards that have served us well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. Any questions from council members? Thank you for your testimony tonight. That is all the public comments we have at this point, so I would invite the applicant, Mr. Ellis, back to the podium.
think this is something where we definitely, going through this process, it's definitely a learning lesson. I think for this particular application, we made our best effort. We probably attended 6 meetings because it got tabled. We had 2 zoning meetings, 2 general body meetings, and we actually did the civic group as well with Bronzeville, and we met with the Bronzeville Association on site. I think the purpose of them is to be advisory and listen to it. I think in general, it's public opinion that's stating whether or not intensity, impact. There was comments about it being ugly. In general, I think this particular lot has been vacant. All these lots have been vacant for years and years and years. The majority of our applications are going to look like this. So, we would either build single family homes or triplexes. So I think, you have to weigh the property rights and public benefit against the overall impact. In terms of the vision clearance triangles were already put on there, and they comply with building code regulations. So, and I think one of the neighbors parks on this lot, so there might be like an individual bias. I could be wrong, but that's kind of the sentiments that we
I would ask that folks in the room allow the speaker to speak without interruption.
That's the sentiments that we got. So overall, for us, this is a residential application. I think based on some of the commentary, we tried to listen, and the particular clients that we advise are the ones that make the decisions. So we attend these meetings as the applicant's representatives and as the development and construction firm and this is our intellectual property that we created, and we want to bring this style to this neighborhood. We asked MEAC for the recommendation form. They turned in a blank form as well. We asked the neighborhood liaison to advise them for potential modifications that we could make after we made all of the modifications to come up with one that would be supported, and none were given, just like the Franklinton Area Commission. So we met with this group, we came up with a design that was supported, we got the approval. It was kind of all at the same time, I'm not sure perfectly, but we have a similar one going right now. So in general, we try to work very closely with city staff to address zoning, compatibility, and all of the general weights in general to get staff approval. So I do rely on previous precedences for parking supported, just as a land planning advisor for out-of-state investors. But this particular investor is building 3 single-family homes in our city with us. He bought Greenway from another investor because that guy ran out of money, and he wants to build this as well. So he does actually want to he's visited multiple times, and he built that single family home. If there's anything that I could say, this is one of our strongest capital partners, and we really want to continue to bring this particular style to it. So we're hopeful to receive approval for this particular one so that we can break ground.
Mr. Ellis, earlier you mentioned you had an option on the property. What is your ownership interest in this property right now?
For each of our investment groups, we typically have to take a minority position under debt threshold, so between 0 and 20%. Typically, I own 5% of a single purpose entity, but our development, that's to qualify them to receive a loan for financing. So they have to use our group. I'm from Columbus. I've lived here for 12 years. I moved to relocate, but we are the local group. Paul's local, Oliver's local, so.
Yeah, I'm just curious.
5%.
So you own 5%.
My investment firm, Pink Development, owns 5% to qualify solely.
Okay.
It's a non-voting, non-distribution. It's a qualifying interest only. We don't receive rent. We just construct it, and that's where we make money. So by approving this, we win a construction contract. We create jobs.
Okay. Going to ask the city attorney to weigh in on whether or not that is a sufficient interest in order for
So-
this applicant actually to bring this forward.
Mr. Ellis, you indicated during your testimony at this point in time that you're acting as an agent of the actual owner of the property. Is that correct?
We act as agent on it, and the particular owner owns the property. So we put an option contract on it, but we create the single purpose entities for the membership interest that will take title after rezoning.
So who owns the property currently?
His name's Brian White.
Okay. And you're the agent for Brian White?
No,
No.
Brian White, these are advertised lots for sale that are vacant. We put them under contract to purchase, subject to rezoning application.
This is not a rezoning application.
Or
This
a
is
council
variance.
variance.
Okay. So this is a use variance being requested for this particular use of the property. The property is owned by Brian White.
Right.
Okay. And did Brian White authorize you to seek the use variance?
Absolutely.
And do you have any evidence of that?
Yeah, Mr. Chapman represents him as a listing agent in this particular transaction. He could testify.
Has he done so?
Yeah, he just did. He was here for the application. He was the listing agent.
Right. Did he testify that he's the agent for the owner of the property?
Yeah, I can have him come up and testify if you'd like to hear his testimony.
Yeah,
That's up to you.
Yeah, we'll need that.
Yes, for the record, I represent the listing agent for Mr. White on that parcel.
Okay. And Mr. White has presented you with evidence sufficient to demonstrate that he's the current owner of the property in question.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
And just to clarify, I have to go back and look at the part. I mean, I'm just on record, so I don't know if it's in an LLC, but he is the owner. It's an LLC. It might be Cash Buyer One LLC, owned by Mr. Brian White.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Chief Counsel. Any questions from council members for the applicant's representatives? Okay, thank you both. So, again, our city code requires first to seek a use variance, you actually have to demonstrate hardship, which would warrant that variance request under 3307.01. And again, in this instance, what has been submitted to council, to the departments, from the departments that we accept in evidence, I do not believe, in my opinion, is sufficient to meet that hardship. Therefore, I will not be supporting this application moving forward. I first move to accept the entire set into evidence as an exhibit.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Bangston, Day, Akauer, Dorans, Favor, Green, Remy, White, President Harden.
Accept it.
I next move to adopt the findings of staff as the findings of council with the exception of the staff conclusion/approval.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Bangston, Day, Akauer, Dorans, Favor, Green, Remy, White, President Harden.
Adopt it.
Again, based on my review of the documents supporting the application that I've submitted to members of council, recommendations, conclusion of law as the zoning committee chair, no evidence presented here tonight before this committee has altered those conclusions of law, in my opinion. Therefore, I move to adopt the zoning committee's chair recommendations, conclusions of law.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Bangston, Day, Akauer, Dorans, Favor, Green, Remy, White, President Harden.
Adopt it.
And finally, I move for passage of the use variance by voice.
Clerk, please call the roll by voice.
Mr. Bangston,
No.
Ms. Day, Akauer. No. Mr. Dorans.
No.
Ms. Favor. No. Ms. Green.
No.
Mr. Remy. Mr. White, President Harden.
No. Denied.
Thank you. I next move to a motion to dismiss the remaining area variances due to the fact that the use variance motion failed and the council no longer has authority to approve the remaining council variances contained in this ordinance according to Columbus City Code, Chapter 3307.01 by voice.
Clerk, please call the roll by
Mr.
voice.
Bangston.
No.
I'm sorry. Mr. Bangston? No?
I'm sorry?
He's a no? Okay, my apologies.
I'm sorry, yes.
Ms. Day, Akauer. Yes. Mr. Dorans.
Yes.
Ms. Faber. Ms. Green. Mr. Remy? Mr. White? President Harden?
Yes. Dismiss.
Thank you. Next, we have variance 2010-2024 to grant a variance provisions of section 3312.27, parking setback line, 3333.18, building line, 3333.255 perimeter yard of the Columbus City Codes for property located at 4480 DeSantis Court to allow reduced development standards for apartment complex in the AR apartment office district. The concurrent variance to the rezoning we considered earlier in the agenda tonight that will allow for conversion of extended stay hotel and apartment complex with a total of 114 units. The proposal is approved from city staff, and there's no area commission within the jurisdiction of this location. I first move to accept this staff report and new evidence as an exhibit.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Day, Akauer, Dorans, Favor, Green, Remy, White, President Harden.
Accept it.
Thank you. And next move to adopt the findings of staff and the findings of council.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Day, Akauer, Dorans, Favor, Green, Remy, White, President Harden.
Adopt it.
And finally move for passage.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Day, Akauer, Dorans, Favor, Green, Remy, White, President Harden.
Pass.
Thank you. Next, we have variance 2310-2024 to grant a variance provisions of section 3332.039 R4 residential district, 3312.49 required parking, 3332.05 A4 area district lot width requirements, 3332.115 R4 area district requirements, 3332.19 fronting, 3332.25 B maximum side yard required, and 3332.27 rear yard. The Columbus City Codes, the property located at 574 Cyber Street to allow a 2-unit dwelling on one lot with development standards in the R4 residential district. Site consists of a one parcel development with a single unit dwelling, and proposed applications will allow for 2-unit dwellings on one lot. Council variance is required because the current district does not allow for 2-unit dwellings on one lot, while the applicant proposes to build a carriage house above a detached garage on the rear of the subject site. Variance for rear yard, maximum side yard, lot width, lot area, and lots are also included in this request. Proposal as approved from city staff and the Columbus Southside Area Commission. First move to accept the entire staff report into evidence as an exhibit.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Day, Akauer, Dorans, Favor, Green, Remy, White, President Harden.
Accept it.
Next move to adopt the findings of staff, the findings of council.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Day, Akauer, Dorans, Favor, Green, Remy, White, President Harden.
Adopt it.
And finally move for passage.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Day, Akauer, Dorans, Favor, Green, Remy, White, President Harden.
Pass.
Next, we have ordinance 2311-2024 to grant a variance provisions of section 3332.031 R1 residential district, 3312.49 required parking in the Columbus City Codes for property located at 2365 Innis Road to allow a commercial parking lot with increased parking in the R1 residential district. Site consists of two parcels in two different taxing districts developed with a medical clinic. Requested council variance will allow construction of a parking lot on one of the parcels on the site. Council variance is required because the R1 district does not allow commercial uses, including parking lots. Proposals, approvals from city staff and the Northeast Area Commission. First move to accept the entire staff report into evidence as an exhibit.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Day, Akauer, Dorans, Favor, Green, Remy, White, President Harden.
Accept it.
Next, I move to adopt the findings of staff as the findings of council.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Day, Akauer, Dorans, Favor, Green, Remy, White, President Harden.
Adopt it.
And finally move for passage.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Day, Akauer, Dorans, Favor, Green, Remy, White, President Harden.
Pass.
Thank you. Next, we have ordinance 2313-2024 to grant a variance provisions of section 3332.039 R4 residential district, 3312.49 required parking, 3332.25 maximum side yard required, and 3332.26C maximum side yard permitted. The Columbus City Codes for property located at 2958 East 11th Avenue to allow a shared living facility with reduced development standards in the R4 residential district. Site consists of one parcel developed with a single unit dwelling, and a council variance is required because the current district does not allow shared living facilities, while the applicant proposes such a use with maximum of 8 residents. The request also includes variances to parking side yards for existing nonconforming condition. The proposal has approved from city staff, and while there's no area commission in the area, East Columbus Civic Association has approved the project. I first move to accept the entire staff report into evidence as an exhibit.
Bangston, Day, Akauer, Dorans, Favor, Green, Remy, White, President Harden.
Accept it.
Next, move to adopt the findings of staff as the findings of council.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Day, Akauer, Dorans, Favor, Green, Remy, White, President Harden.
Adopt it.
Move for passage.
Clerk, please call the row.
Bangston, Day, Akauer, Dorans, Favor, Green, Remy, White, President Harden.
Pass.
Thank you. Next, we have ordinance 2314-2024 to grant a variance provisions of section 3332.035 R3 Residential District, 3312.25 maneuvering, 3312.29 parking, 3312.13 R3 Area District requirements, and 3332.27 rear of the Columbus City Codes for property located at 37 Orchard Lane to allow a 2-unit dwelling on a one lot with reduced development standards in the R3 Residential District. The site consists of a single-unit dwelling with detached garage, and the council variance will allow a second-unit dwelling above a new detached garage, also known as a carriage house. Proposal is approved from city staff and the Clintonville Area Commission. I first move to accept the staff report into evidence as an exhibit.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Bangston, Dale, Coward, Dorans, Favor Green, Remy White, President Harden.
Accepted.
Next, I move to adopt the findings of staff as the findings of council.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Bangston, Dale, Coward, Dorans, Favor Green, Remy White, President Harden.
Adopted.
Finally, move for passage.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Bangston, Dale, Coward, Dorans, Favor Green, Remy White, President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. Next, we have 2322-2024 to grant a variance provisions of section 3333.04, permit use in the ARO Apartment Office District, 3312.49C, required parking, 3333.18, building lines at the Columbus City Codes for property located at 494 St. Clair Avenue to allow reduced development standards for apartment building in the ARO Apartment Office District. The applicant has received a recommendation of approval from Staff and Development Commission for a concurrent rezoning ordinance we considered earlier tonight. The applicant proposed an 84-unit apartment building for seniors on this parking lot site. Additionally, this request will allow the existing parking lot to be utilized by the religious facility located at 464 St. Clair Avenue to continue to be used until redevelopment or until May 31st, 2025, whichever occurs first. The request includes a variance to reduce the building setback along St. Clair Avenue to facilitate the moving pattern, moving the proposed apartment building closer to the street, consistent with the urban development pattern of the neighborhood. The proposal is approved from city staff and the Near East Area Commission. I first move to accept the entire staff report into evidence as an exhibit.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Bangston, Dale, Coward, Dorans, Favor Green, Remy White, President Harden.
Accepted.
Next, I move to adopt the findings of staff as the findings of council.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Bangston, Dale, Coward, Dorans, Favor Green, Remy White, President Harden.
Adopted.
And finally, move for passage.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Bangston, Dale, Coward, Dorans, Favor Green, Remy White, President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. Next, we have ordinance 2367-2024 to grant a variance provisions of section 3312.09 aisle, 3312.13 driveway, 3312.25 maneuvering, 3312.21 landscaping and screening, 3312.49 required parking, and 3333.255 permanent yard of the Columbus City Codes for property located at 115 Hutchinson Avenue to allow reduced development standards for a multi-unit residential development in the LARO Apartment Office District. The applicant has received a recommendation of approval from Staff Development Commission for a concurrent rezoning we considered earlier. Our proposal includes a conversion of extended stay hotel into a multi-unit residential development with a maximum of 99 units. Variances to reduce drive aisle width, driveway width, required maneuvering, parking, shade trees minimum, and other are included in this request. The request includes a site plan that is comparable with surrounding uses, contains common residential design elements with the far northwest area plan. The proposal is approved by city staff, and while there's no area commission within the jurisdiction, the Far Northwest Communities Coalition approved of the rezoning for this project, but did not approve of this parking variance. Due to the disapproval of the Civic Association, if the applicant would like to make a presentation at this time on this variance. We have Ms. Rebecca Mott, who's representing the applicant here. Welcome back to council. Ms. Mott, I got to swear you in real quick. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, nothing but the truth, that you shall answer under pains of penalty of perjury? If so, please say I do.
I do.
The floor is yours.
My name is Rebecca Mott with the Plank Law Firm with an office address of 411 East Town Street. And this is 99 units. They were 99 units as part of a hotel, and now there'll be 99 units for multifamily. All of the units will be studios or one bedroom, and we do have 99 parking spaces on the site. Originally for the hotel, there was 97 parking spaces, so we were able to add 2 more spaces to make a 1-to-1 ratio for every unit to have a parking space. So operationally, our client applicant does not need any other parking for this project to be successful as an objective and goal. However, to be cooperative with the Far North Area Communities Coalition, we did try to obtain and secure parking from the hotel project next door. We did have a lot of discussions with them at first, but that discussion has kind of leveled off in the last couple months. I don't know if we're going to be able to secure that parking. But nevertheless, we worked hard to try to secure that parking. We don't need it anyway. Those spaces would have been vacant if we were leasing those spaces. We are good in terms of our operations and goals for the project. I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Mott.
Thank
I mean, I think one of the things that's unique about this is that, because you're converting an existing extended stay hotel, there's really nothing, there's no additional property to add parking to, which I think is, again, justifies the hardship that's being sought here.
Correct.
Any questions for council members? Councilor Weich.
Correct. Yes, we were able to squeeze 2 parking spaces into the far west property line on your site plan. It's kind of visible on the screen, but on the west, very south edge line, we were able to squeeze in 2 more parking spaces, and we did that to get a 1-to-1 ratio for each unit. But again, they're 1-bedroom and studio, so there'll most likely be 1 person living in these units, maximum of 2. And in addition, our client has property just west of this site that is also an extended stay hotel conversion project to multifamily, and we can secure a parking lease on that site for this project if needed. That's located at 7272 and 7300 Huntington Park Drive. Thank you. No, we just had some grassy area available to put a couple more parking spaces in so we can make that improvement after site compliance plan. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you, Ms. Mott. I first move to accept the staff report and new evidence as an exhibit.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Bangston, Dale, Coward, Dorans, Favor Green, Remy White, President Harden.
Accepted.
Thank you. I next move to adopt the findings of staff, the findings of council.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Bangston, Dale, Coward, Dorans, Favor Green, Remy White, President Harden.
Adopted.
And finally move for passage.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Bangston, Dale, Coward, Dorans, Favor Green, Remy White, President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And Council President, that is all we have in tonight's zoning agenda.
Good. Clerk, seeing no further business to come for the zoning committee, is there a motion to adjourn? Clerk, please call the roll.
Bangston, Dale, Coward, Dorans, Favor Green, Remy White, President Harden.